You've stumbled into Paranormal M. Maybe not by accident. Every episode holds something to disturb and fascinate or awaken. Subscribe and tap the bell before something taps back. Strange events in my town. This event occurred in February of this year. So in the morning, me and my dad and my little cousin were campfiring in the front yard sort of area. It's hard to describe properly. So my dad told this event that occurred a week ago in our town. I'm not going to include any super personal details, but here we go. So according to him, a week ago a woman committed suicide by burning herself. And after that, one day a neighbor saw legit someone screaming and burning inside of the house. They described it as unreal, like the flames. They can see it, but can't at the same time, and the silhouette was clear. After that, an old man, whom I know lives about a half-mile down the road, actually went in front of the house, cussed, and threatened them as being fake. Then right after, he came home and was making fire. One of the wood beside him just flew and hit him on the head, and he had to get a few stitches for that one. So that's all I know about that event. Everything about the incident is shady. It's a blur, and it's like nobody wants to talk about it. I may try to ask my dad for more information, and I just may. 2. Okay, this event took place in early March of this year. Me and my parents were sleeping in the living room. We were on the floor with mattresses of our grandparents' house. I woke up at night around 4 a.m. I saw my parents talking, so I asked them what happened. They said they can't sleep because of mosquitoes, which is common here. So after some time I decided to sleep but couldn't because of the mosquitoes. I was trying to sleep and I heard the sounds of anklets coming from outside. The scary part was I was literally in front of the door, and the door was open. My parents opened so the mosquitoes could go outside and the porch light was on. My mom immediately told me to retreat back to the couch and sit on it. We can hear the sound of anklets even circling around the house. We can hear it in the front yard, but there was nobody there and the porch light was on so we could easily see. My mom said that she heard this many times throughout the years here. Since childhood, at this point, we were just trying to make sense of all of this, but couldn't around 5 a.m. and it stopped. And I swear, as soon as it stopped, the sound of nature, like bugs and birds and everything, just came back. Like they were scared of what was outside the next morning. I checked, and no footstep, and, well, crazy part is there's a hill in the corner of the house, so nobody had to climb and then descend without making any sound, and that fast. I mean, the sound were traveling abnormally fast. And trust me, I'd ruled out every possible causes, from rattlesnakes to bugs and birds to any pranksters. 3. I saw a black shadow in the corner of our house. It was a legit solid figure of entire black. It made no sound as it moved its arm. I don't know if it's paranormal or just a shadow, and I personally think it's just a shadow. At least that's what I want to think. But I thought I would include it. I'm ad-libbing this because the English is crazy. And that's it. That's all the creepy experience this year. There's also many experiences I haven't shared, and I mean, reading to this, you might think living in our grandma's house must be tormenting. But trust me, it ain't. It's really good there, good vibes, but at night it can get kind of scary. This event literally happened this week, so my grandma's brother passed away due to over-drinking, biggest problem in our state. We were in our grandma's house. So 2 days after his passing, at night, some of my family members were gossiping in the living room. I was on the phone playing Genshin Impact when suddenly, boom, there was a loud bang sound, and then followed by a scratch that came from the front door. I instantly looked up at the ventilators, and one of them were shaking. Shaking as in somebody pushed them. My mom saw the door moved a bit and the door was closed but loose. Then there was a gate in front of the front door, so the gate was basically the main door. It was closed, so nobody could come in the door, in which it was banged and scratched on. At least not a human. Possibilities. That day it was windy, so yeah, it could have been wind, but no, it was loud to the wind, and maybe the door and ventilator shook because of wind, but wind does not explain the scratch. We do have monkeys that causes loud sounds, but if it was a monkey, we would have seen it. My mom can directly see outside through a window. And after this event, all of us were scared and we decided to cover the window with a cloth. I don't know why, maybe we were just way too scared. I didn't want to write about the story before because I felt sad and wrong, but I think I feel okay enough to write about this. The event goes way back to 2013 or so. We're living in a rather warm house in the city. We did have a lot of experiences. Maybe because we lived there for almost 9 years. My father bought a new bike and it was really costly. And, well, whatever the hell they're writing here. The garage was busted due to a recent storm. And there was literally no type of security, and on top of that, there was a lot of burglary happenings in the neighborhood. So as weird as it sounds, my father decided to stay awake and watch the bike from a higher point in our house till a certain point in the morning. So as he was sitting alone there near the main staircase, he heard a whisper from the staircase. When he looked toward it, it's dark but noticeable. He saw my mom, and of course my mom was sleeping. There's no possible way that my mom, So he begins showing aggression. He was tired, yes, but he said it was real and he can feel it and there's no way it was hallucination due to lack of sleep. He said then, after the poof, the figure vanished. He did stay awake there for a little longer than fell asleep there and woke up in the morning, not brave but pure recklessness. I don't know about the story, whether it was a super real hallucination or a mimic, I guess. This happened to me, so I can guarantee it's true, though. So the same house as the previous story, 2014 or 2015 or so. So one night I woke up at night. I felt thirsty and I drank to fall asleep. And that day a family member of somebody was in her house. I don't remember his way back, so due to lack of beds, my father and I had to share a bed. So as I tried to sleep again after drinking water, I felt a hand inside the covers. My God. Typing it now, I realize how creepy it was. So I thought it's my father. But no, I saw he was asleep, so I just felt the primal fear the hand made contact with me. I felt it was frail. The situation was so messed up. I decided to make a commotion and wake up my father. My father denied doing anything like that. Same night, my mom saw a guy just standing and staring with no facial features, just the hair looked messy. Next morning, when we were telling our experiences, my parents decided that something came to our house the night before. Something isn't that creepy, ? So those are some creepy stories, and I'm still skeptic, and I don't know how, but I kind of like it this way. At least my mind can comprehend normal stuff. Don't know what any of that was. The thing with eyes on its chest. So as the title suggests, it's about a specific type of thing I'm making this post for. So yesterday night, my family were having a conversation in the bedroom, and then the conversation suddenly turned into a paranormal one. It's rarely when we talk about this type of things. So many stories were told by my sensitive aunt first, and I didn't believe her, so it was okay. Okay. Then my dad wanted to tell a story, and I was shocked because surely he was a logical person. He said that he and one of his friends were invited to a party in the cabin in the woods, which was great. Typical setting for a horror movie, I thought. The party was hosted for the celebration of the opening of a new business of one of the employers of my dad's friend. So as they went, they missed the party, and they had to stay there at night. The cabin rented out all night, so no problem. But there weren't so many people. So at night at 3 a.m., I know it's the bad hour or something even here. So at 3 a.m., my dad and his friends had to use the bathroom, and great enough, the plumbing was broken in the bathroom. So they have to use another bathroom that was located somewhere far away from the cabin, near some banana tree. Now remember this detail. You can see the bathroom from the cabin. So his friend was watching him from the near porch light. As my dad was doing his business, he felt the whole bathroom moved, and it was just a small block for a bathroom. I know it sounds weird, but these were common before. So as he looked around him, he didn't really see anything. So he did his business and came and asked his friend. He asked his friend why it shook, and even it wasn't windy. Then the friend pointed toward the side of the bathroom. He saw a tall black figure. Not like a human, it was way too high. It was looking toward the woods and back facing toward them. So as the figure did some motion, the bathroom used to move because a beam in the bathroom was attached to the banana tree, and it was weirdly built. He asked him why his friend didn't warn him, and his friend said he didn't wanted him to be scared. He said it felt like whatever it was didn't notice that my dad was there. That night, they just packed their bags and drove off. The friend didn't even did his business, LOL. Later, they learned that place, particularly where the bathroom is, was a burial ground. Someone built a bathroom over it for God knows what reason. Then my aunt wanted to tell a story. She called herself sensitive, and I don't know how much I believe her, but surely had a good intuition. She once sensed, and I don't know how to put this, but she once sensed a snake was about to bite him, and one shortly was. It was witnessed by my grandma, too. So the place she lived in before she had bought her own house was haunted, at least according to her. She said every night she would hear walking in the evening hours on the ceiling, and then the footsteps leads to one direction then another, and they were heavy. So as my aunt and my uncle were doing their evening chores one day, they heard the sound of a plastic bag above the ceiling, meaning the roof there wasn't any attic. So as they heard my aunt suggested the sage the surroundings of the house, as she said that her brother also came to the house to deliver some food. My grandma had made it. Sorry, I'm just randomly putting periods places. They told him everything, and once again she said to sage the house. And as soon as she said the thing was with them and she could sense it, said that the room was filled with a real bad smell, undescribable, and how she was angry. Stood alone in the house while my uncle and her brother saged around the house, and they completed whatever it was and punched hard in the window, leaving a crack, and ran off. The thing did come few times. Alrighty then. Like one time, there was a long thing watching her through the window, like a snake. And one day, when she was watching some clothes outside, the house near the water pump, a thing with no head and its eyes and its chest was watching her closely, literally feet away from her. And she said she was scared, but calmly she called her husband and they went inside the house. I know it sounds so weird, and I don't think weird's the right word, but I don't know. One odd detail is that where the house was located, there was a banana trees in the backyard, and now again to my dad's stories. This is wild. He said as a kid, my dad and his friends were really outdoors kids, but they were asked not to go near a particular tree on the intersection near their house. People said there was a thing with no head and eyes on its chest, and again near the tree or attached to the tree, and by coincidence or some mystical fate, the tree was a ding-ding right to banana tree. So my dad and his friends saw it a few times, and it was described exactly like my aunt said. He said now that the tree was cut to build a hotel. The thing moved near one of his friend's dad's shop. So as people used to go to the shop, they would always see this thing and never saw anything but pig running. My dad said, I don't think it was a pig. There were many farms, but not here. It was too faded and fast to be a pig or even an animal. So one more time, he and his friend were digging a hole and actually put a pole in for some of the tent for the event of something. Can't recall what he said properly, so as they were digging just in the woods near their house, his friend discovered bones, human bones that placed where they stayed, and many of my cousins too had a rough history. They don't have much information about it though, and they undo everything and decided no to continue. They came and chilled till nighttime. When they heard something outside the house, they chased after it. Couldn't find anything when they heard the footsteps or dried leaves just in front of them. They moved their torchlights where the footsteps were coming, and they didn't saw anything. He said that they can see the leaves and even hear the footsteps, but couldn't see anything walking. They bolted, not knowing what to do. So those are the events with the thing with its eyes on its chest, or at least related to this thing, or at least related to those banana trees. Past tense, future tense, present tense, all over the place. Spike heel sounds, but there's no one. Need an explanation. It's not a story as such, but rather a strange phenomenon that I still can't explain. I'm looking for an explanation about what could have happened. Wanted to post this to Ghosts, but they don't allow stories. I'm not really sure that it's the right place either. This actually happened, and I'm looking for a logical explanation. I live in France, and at the time I was living in the city of Toulouse. I don't know how to pronounce that. Toulouse? It was a sunny and very hot day. My mother just drove me back from school, which was middle school. She was driving an ugly Renault Twingo Jungle. Excuse me. Parked the car in front of the house, but on the side of the road. I was on the front passenger seat, and my window was all the way down. As soon as she turned off the engine, I heard footsteps on the pedestrian way just beside me. It was loud and clear, and it was with no doubt the steps of a woman with spiked heels. The catch is that there was nobody, and the sound of the steps was moving. It was a meter away from me, and I could tell exactly where it was touching the ground. I was shocked, and my mother was also. We looked at each other and we didn't understand what was happening. Time passes, and with years I thought maybe I dreamed this. But on time at a family diner, when I was 30 years old, my mother asked me if I remembered the event, and I thought, this was real. She remembers it. I never understood what it was or how it happened. At some point I was thinking that maybe it was the shock absorbers from the car that was dilating. It was a hot day. It wasn't exactly the same sound, and it doesn't explain the fact the sound was moving. Maybe it's just that my memory is fading away, and in fact it was not moving. Not really spike heels. But then my mother also had a bad memory. I would not have been shocked if it was not the case. I woke up to kids crying at 3:20 a.m. I live with my partner and his kids. It's not uncommon for us to be woken up in the middle of the night due to crying or screaming. The youngest two share a room together, and they're the ones who we usually have to tend to. I woke up to the distinct sound of the boys crying. I looked at the clock and saw it was 3:20 a.m. It always takes me a moment when I first wake up to catch on to what I'm hearing. I listened carefully and I heard it again. I kept hearing the cries, and I would say minutes passed. So I tapped my partner to wake up, and we went together to check on the kids, but nobody was crying. All the kids were fast asleep. I felt uneasy about this for some reason. I'm trying to think of reasonable explanations for what I heard. For example, when I lived at my apartment, I heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the middle of the night. I could have sworn it was a woman. It sounded terrifying. I did some searching and found out foxes can make sounds like this. Could it have been a sound from outside? Yeah, maybe. The thing that's bothering me is I know how those kids sound when they cry, and it sounded exactly like the boys crying out from a nightmare. It made me feel uneasy and off when we checked, and they were all asleep. I had a hard time falling back to sleep. Guardian Angel. That my very close friend had not so long ago, but still before COVID. He is a Catholic priest who's very open-minded and not sticked to beliefs like appearances of angel-like creatures and voices which are supposed to be gods. But let's continue. He was on a pilgrimage with one of his friends from the priory. They had a mission to go through the entire country, about 700 kilometers on foot, and with limited money, as they could only afford food and sleep in people's houses. One day they stopped in a small village to buy some food. They went into the grocery store and started to choose cans. Right before paying, it turned out that my friend doesn't have enough money. Suddenly, a high man with long hair and a leather jacket came into the store. When my friend was selecting what to buy, the stranger told the cashier, "This man takes everything, I'll pay." Handed him a bill worth twice the amount needed for all the groceries chosen by my friend earlier. As my friend described him to me, when the man came to the store, the man sensed from the stranger some kind of aura or very positive energy that gave hope and some kind of happiness. The man stayed by my friend until he almost finished packing, and during this, he bought something small and water, if I remember correctly, and left the store. My friend saw him leaving and wanted to thank him for all the money, but when he opened the door, there was no one there. Not a single living soul, nor a car for about 200 meters in each direction. There were also no cars in front of the store. When Priest came there, it looked like he just vanished. It was so surreal and amazing that my friend simply started thinking he was probably an angel who helped them during their journey. What do you guys think? What kind of being, if not human, could this be? A cool hippie. Spirit ITC Google Mini. September 1st, 2020. I suddenly lost a very dear friend to drugs. She was a mother of a 2-year-old with CF. Was about to be married, September 23rd. I didn't really know the man she was planning to marry, and I tried very hard to not have anything to do with him. Near the end of her time, she started talking to me about the afterlife and what we thought would happen once we passed on. We became even closer through these conversations, and quickly she begins sharing with me how similar my beliefs in life was to the man she was about to marry. So much so that I was confused to her intentions with us. Whenever we were all three together, she constantly brought it up, almost as if she was trying to play matchmaker. It made him and I very uncomfortable. After she passed, things moved very quickly, and I found myself agreeing with her observations. We were both falling for each other, and I felt so guilty. Everything good that was happening made my guilt even worse, like I wasn't not really a good friend to her because of the way I felt for him so suddenly. I spoke to her in prayer and asked her if this was what she wanted or if I was just being extremely selfish. One night he's at my house. He's staying over, or in my room on the bed, and all of a sudden my Google Mini comes on playing midway through Above and Beyond, counting down the days. We had not been speaking beforehand, and the Mini's on the bottom shelf of a bookshelf-type nightstand by my bed. Nobody could have possibly tapped it to start it playing, nor was I listening to that song at any point. We both looked at each other in disbelief, and the words saying, "It's cold in the dark with no light," made us feel it was a message, so we looked up the video. The very first scene is an exact match to her wedding and engagement she was always set to wear. Then we see the woman's face. Dead ringer for my friend. Video seems like a woman who loves somebody but can't be with them and wants him to find another love, and I couldn't believe it. A few days later, sorry for the too much information, we're in bed after doing the deed, and he pointed to my chest and asked, "What's that on your chest?" I'm telling you this part because it's nothing like a Google command or a prompt. Immediately after my Google says, "I'm happy you're happy." Couldn't understand it, so I asked it to repeat, and it once again said, "I'm happy you're happy." By this time, I'm losing my shit, and my friend just watched us in bed, and I'm feeling like complete shit as a person, but I'm still skeptical. So I look at my Google archives and see what happened. Google shows that it heard the command "good," and it was never said, so I tested it, and it said the same phrase all that day when I tried. I was used as a vessel for 5 entities to have a meeting. This happened on November 30th, 2019, so forgive me if the specific details are minimal. It was a long time ago. I have done research and can't find a similar story, so I'm hoping one of you will have heard or experienced something. Technically, the story starts on November 29th. I was 15 when it happened. I'd had a fairly bad headache from the time I woke up that morning, but I did have them often, so I ignored it. Went about my day. I remember tagging along for grocery shopping, though I don't remember specifics. What I do remember is the headache gradually getting worse throughout the day. Finally, around 11:55 that night, the splitting pain was nearly unbearable. I resolved to attempt to sleep it off, and I turned off my bedroom lights and changed into pajamas. I settled into bed at almost, if not exactly, midnight. I remember as I got underneath the covers, I got a cold flash, so I crossed my arms, both hands grabbing the opposite arm. In the span of about half a second, 3 things happened very rapidly. That cold flash turned hot. I realized I should move my blanket off of myself, and I found that I couldn't move at all, and my arms were locked into place. I tried to kick, but I couldn't, and I couldn't move my head, and I did hear sleep paralysis before, but I'd never experienced it. I'd had frequent nightmares from very early childhood, but never anything more than that. The paralysis, however, was short-lived, or at least its current form was. Suddenly, my head turned abruptly, and not too far this time, but enough to be noticeable. Most notably, this was entirely involuntary. The next part of the story, which is the actual point of this story, is the hardest to explain, partially because it sounds so made up, and partially because of how blurry the memory is. I ask that you bear with me through this. I saw 2 people. It wasn't in the way sleep paralysis had been described to me. They weren't standing over me or peering from behind my closet door. Rather, it was almost as if I was looking at them on screens, a small glimpse into where they were, and keep in mind my headache had not ceased. I was still in agonizing pain. The 2 were talking through the pain and fear, though. I couldn't make out their words. What I was aware of, though, is that my head would turn dependent on which one of them was speaking. I don't remember in what order they showed up, but I can't elaborate on that. But there were 5 people in total. They gradually appeared and each had their own distinct personalities, though if they had names I never caught them. It was as if they were having a meeting. Don't know what about, though. The closest I can compare this part of it to is a tired child who wants to go home, but their mother's still chatting with a friend. The child can hear that they're talking, but it's not lost on them. They're exhausted and upset and overwhelmed, and they just want this to be over already. Also, much like a child in that scenario, I went unnoticed, or at least ignored. I had not yet been addressed at this meeting, and if I had been referred to, I didn't hear it. I felt like a puppet, a vessel for them to converse through. My head continued to whip back and forth, and each person having their own position. My neck was aching terribly, but there's nothing I could do to stop it. Two of these people, they stick out the most in my memory. Both seemed to be villains within the group, so to speak. When I couldn't make out most of what she said, there were some sentences as well as nonverbal cues. I picked up on them. One of them, blonde boy, I realized eventually was mostly going along with the other for his safety. I don't believe he was bad, and the other, however, was definitely bad. I won't go into detail about what I learned about him, as much of it makes me very uncomfortable. I don't want to risk violating rules or making anyone else uncomfortable. But let's just say I knew he was bad news. To make this easier, I'll call him Red. That's the color I remember him being behind him. And not having names might get confusing in this next part. At one point, the blonde boy gently suggested to Red not to do something. And again, I was struggling to keep up, so I don't really know exactly what it was. But I could tell from the people's expressions that it was bad. But Red just sort of laughed and said something. I don't recall exactly what, about not needing him. Before I could figure out what was happening, Red had a gun and shot him, and I felt it. It was and still is the most physical pain I've ever felt. I've never been shot before, so I don't know if it felt exactly like that, but I'd almost bet that it did. I remembered that was the only time that any part of my body other than my head moved for the entire experience. My back arched and I was in agony and I wanted to scream. My mouth was just wouldn't move. My jaw was locked shut. I watched the blonde boy fall. Now out of my view he was dead and it was horrifying for me. The other part of this worth noting is the one time for this whole ordeal that I was directly addressed. The whole time, even though people would occasionally come and go from the meeting, I'd never been alone with any of them. But shortly, maybe 10 minutes before this experience was over, Red was the only person present for a brief moment. Because of the nature of it, all of them had technically been facing me, but he truly looked at me. I could tell, and he laughed a bit and then said, "You're never going to be in control again. You know that, right?" Then two of the people came back, and he was no longer looking at me. I was never addressed again. Finally, the paralysis broke. I shot straight up in bed and forced my weighted blanket off and just shook for a moment. Got out of bed and went into my bathroom. I messaged a close online friend a brief synopsis of the event, and the only advice they could give was to sleep on the couch since I was so terrified, so I did. The rest of the week, I was terribly, weak, and I could barely get out of bed, and I told my mom that I thought I had a fever that first night. I was sick. Didn't tell her what I experienced, and still haven't. And to this day, I've told almost no one. Part of me wants to believe that it was some strange fever dream, but I know I was conscious, and I can't find anything similar online. Bruh. I just realized something. I don't know whether to be scared or not. Bruh. Okay, so when I was really little, my mom and pretty much anybody who visited our apartment would always talk about how literally every day I'd come back from the babysitter's house, I'd go around this one corner in the living room, and for hours I'd sit and laugh and just play with something that nobody else would be able to see. I would do it routinely every single day, and sometimes it'd be to the point where my mom would have to drag me away because I wouldn't want to stop playing with whatever it was around that corner. However, one day, as my mom explains it, I went to go play with it, and when I saw it, I was horrified, and I cried all night and basically never went over there again. And that was pretty much the end of that. Although up until around elementary school, whenever I would go to the bathroom at night, or sneak in a midnight snack from the kitchen, I'd always see some type of faint, almost completely transparent figure. Kind of just wandered around the hall, and sometimes it'd go into the bathroom, and sometimes it'd come into my direction. But almost always, by the time it reached the kitchen, it'd kind of just fade out. The same right before it'd go into the bathroom. Even sometimes if I looked at it too hard. I never really thought much of it. I kind of just thought, oh, it might have been a really big cloud of dust, and as a kid, your imagination runs rampant, so it wouldn't be that off to think that you'd see a cloud of dust doing the exact same 3 things every single night in the exact same spot. Now, flash forward 10 plus years. I'm 18 and I really like watching paranormal stuff, horror movies, etc. I don't know why, but after watching a bunch of ghost sighting videos, it kind of just occurred to me that those faint white-looking apparitions that you sometimes see in those videos is literally exactly what I saw. Now, I never was really able to make out any clear features of it, or anything notable signifying that it could have been a person. But thinking back on it, I'm certain it was exactly like that. Also, just to clarify, if it's something, I can't really tell you if it's friendly, but I can guarantee it's not unfriendly, I hope. It never really do more than kind of just wander around and not really do much more. One thing I will note, though, is even though it probably was completely unrelated, but when I was around 6 or 7, I randomly developed this extreme severe fear of ghosts that wouldn't really come out until I walked to the kitchen or the bathroom at night. It was so severe that I literally needed somebody to go with me to those parts of the house every night because I'd be so scared that something was out there to get me if I stayed there alone. Like I would literally be fine, but tell me to go over there late at night and I'd literally be shitting bricks. Field ghost. What did I see? This event happened about 7 years ago. It was my senior year in high school. I was out in the country at this party with some acquaintances. They were having this thing, and we were only there maybe a couple of hours at most. The party was really out in the country, probably about 30 minutes to an hour away from any small town or suburb in already rural state. The party took place at a quote-unquote barn, and while we were there, my friend and I weren't under the influence of any kind of drugs or alcohol at all, completely sober. The group I was with decided to leave the party since it was late and one of our friends who was with us was really drunk, so that was another reason. There were 4 of us in this group who came to the party. Myself and my good friend at the time, both of us completely sober. Then another friend who was moderately sober, and his friend the girl, who was pretty intoxicated. As we walk out of the barn, there's a row of cars parked belonging to the partygoers that were in front of this long stretch of flat plains. High rows of fields about 6 feet tall to the right of the flat ground. We were about to leave the party when the girl that we were with, who was really drunk, had to grab some clothes and belongings to another friend's car. My sober friend and I stood there waiting for her to get her stuff, which was taking a while since she was so drunk and started puking next to the car. As her other friend struggled to help her, my friend and I continued to stand there, when all of a sudden I saw this orb of energy appear practically out of thin air in the middle of this flat plain field in front of the cars. The orb was orange, and the energy looked like some type of plasma just floating in midair. The orb suddenly morphed into a human-like silhouette about 6 feet tall with a head. was also orange, and the energy was flowing inside the silhouette like it was circulating and moving around. I looked away from it in shock, and a second later my friend asked, "Are you seeing this right now?" He pointed at the energy, and I said, "Yeah," and I looked back at it. And at this point, this mysterious energy started floating to the right toward the taller row of corn and wheat fields. The ghost-like entity took about 30 seconds to reach the taller field, and as soon as it reached that part, it compartmentalized itself back into a small ball and orb, resumed sort of moving into the tall grass out of sight from both of us. My friend and I were at a loss of words and just kept repeating what it was that we had seen. At this point, our intoxicated friends were still rummaging through their friend's car for the belongings. There were about 15 people outside when this happened, all drunk and talking, seemingly not paying attention to what just happened. Moments later, a kid approached me who I knew but never talked to in my life. He struck up small talk with me, and the conversation ended pretty quickly. Nothing too important. And this may be related to what we had seen, but about 3 months later, the kid who approached me died of an accidental gunshot wound, which I thought seemed not only tragic, but oddly coincidental. After the kid walked away, our 2 other friends finally got their stuff and were ready to leave. As we got into our car, the girl opened her car to puke more, so we were stuck parked for a few more minutes. My other sober friend was in the driver's seat, and I was in the passenger seat, still stunned by what we had witnessed. Out of nowhere, there were these bright headlights turned on about a foot from our car, which illuminated what looked to be a giant monster truck-sized pickup truck. It was directly facing our car. It was elevated high off the ground due to its large size. We looked up the driver's side of the pickup after my friend and I looked at each other puzzled and saw nobody driving this truck. Meanwhile, our 2 drunk friends were outside of the car as the girl puked some more, both not looking at this unoccupied truck. My friend and I stared onward at this truck, and suddenly it started reversing straight back into the flat playing field. I continued backing up until it drove out of sight, or more so vanished out of sight once it reached the faraway distance. After the truck disappeared, my friend and I looked at each other again, and we just couldn't believe it. We kept asking, what was that? Maybe for a whole minute or two until our 2 drunk friends got back in the car ready to leave. We asked them if they saw any of what we saw, and they said no and responded saying that we were just seeing things. We left the party, dropped off our 2 drunk friends, and to this day my friend and I can't explain what happened that night. Nobody at the party reported seeing anything strange. I still don't know what we saw. Was the orb turned humanoid figure, some type of ghost or interdimensional being? Was the giant truck appearing out of thin air type of ghost vehicle? Or was the whole ordeal some type of shared hallucination my friend and I both experienced while completely sober? Could it be that the other partygoers were having fun at our expense and somehow tricked us into believing we saw ghosts when it was some type of holographic projection they displayed? I could explain why everybody around us was so unaware of what happened, but they were also all really drunk and preoccupied with other matters, with no sign of any light coming from any type of projection device. Not sure if it could be that. Also, the kid who passed away 3 months later coming to talk to me immediately after seeing the field ghost seemed almost too coincidental. We've known our house was haunted since we moved in, but lately there's been a development. My mom started dating again, and the guy she's seeing now has a little girl who's 6 years old and has a developmental disorder. Let's call her Evie. She's constantly talking about it, and to the ghosts. The first time she came into my room, she looked around and stared at a corner where I often see a skeletal man standing. And I'm sensitive and come from a long line of them. Then nodded her head before looking at me and saying, "This is where the fire happened." Now, when we first moved in, our landlord told us that there was an electrical fire in the house at one point. But obviously, E and her dad weren't there for that. Nor had we told them, as we would have no reason to. She's always talking to someone in the bathroom, and coincidentally, my family and I have witnessed a little boy ghost in there. It freaks people out. A few nights ago, I saw the basement lady on the landing of the basement stairs. And she doesn't like me. I don't like her. Confirming my suspicions that she's the same ghost. The same one that goes into the bathroom at night that the boy ghost is scared of. She likes to open and close doors and turn lights on and off as well. Now, Evie hasn't seemed to notice or be able to tell that basement lady's bad. Everyone else who's encountered her knows she is. Being that she's only 6, and sometimes children don't pick up on that right away. But last night, Evie was sitting with me in my room watching me draw, and right as I started to feel uncomfortable, she pointed at the doorway and said, "What happened to her teeth? Hey, cut that out." We wouldn't find out what happened exactly until this morning. Her dad asked her if she saw something, and she said, "I saw a woman and her name was Candy." Her dad asked what was wrong with her teeth, and she said they were all broken. He asked her why, and she said to cut it out, and she said she wouldn't quit showing me her teeth. So basement lady is named Candy and seems to have taken a liking to little Evie. I don't know what to do because that being is pure evil, plain and simple. We've talked about getting my uncle, who's a former pastor, and performed multiple exorcisms. Part of a demonology group to come over and figure out what the hell this thing is doing here, along with a few of the others that have been causing problems. The only issue with this is that he's always busy, so it'll be hard to get a day for him to come over. The Mimic. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. I call it the Mimic. When I was 17, for almost a whole year, almost every time my mom and sister were out of town for the day shopping, I was home alone and I'd hear it. Keys jingling in the front door, the click of the lock, the scrape of the door sliding open and closed as the dogs rushed to the front door, barking to greet whoever just came home. I'd hear my mom or sisters tell the dogs to stop and that they'd live here. The dogs would stop barking and go about their business. I'd get up and go and say hi, try to help out, like help out things away. Nobody would be there. Stopped happening once I started staying in bed and calling my mom to see where they were instead of getting up to greet them. Once after my mom had surgery, she was staying at her parents' place for 2 weeks to heal. I brought my dog for a walk. When I came home, my mom's dog, who was asleep in her room, started barking. I heard my mom tell her, "Shelby, stop barking." After a few more barks, she listened and stopped. Ran to my mom's room to say hello, and I hadn't seen her in a few weeks at this point and didn't know that she was coming home. But her room was empty. Still don't know what it was or why the dogs listened to the disembodied voice. Don't know why it was stealing my family's voices. A lot of other shit happened at that apartment, from knocking in yes, Indiana, or yes, in the walls, to claws scraping down my closet door, not in Indiana. In the same apartment, my sister just left to her boyfriend's. My mom was at work and I started feeling sick one day. I grabbed a banana, I went to my room to try to feel better. Naturally. Almost as soon as I got on the bed, I heard a knocking coming from inside the walls. I could replicate it exactly by knocking my knuckle against the wall. Called my sister crying because I didn't know what it was, and she came home, but before the front door opened, the knocking stopped. She made sure I was all right and then left again, and everything was quiet. I stood up to go throw my banana peel away, and as I was walking past my closet and out of my bedroom, I heard one final knock on the walls. few months later, I rearranged my bedroom and set up a little reading corner where I was learning, or rather, leaning against my closet in a little blanket nest I made in the floor. It only happened when I was leaning against the door for over 20 minutes, but any time I'd be reading in my little nest, I would hear and feel the vibrations of the door rumbling against my back. What sounded like claws dragging down the inside of the closet door trying to get out. It only happened 3 times before I rearranged my room again. This time I put my bed against the closet door so anything in there couldn't get out. Mind you, my closet was completely full to the top. A kitten couldn't fit in there, so I don't know where the sound was coming from, but it certainly wasn't the 3 garbage bags pressing against the door. I still heard things coming from my closet after moving my bed against it, but I felt safer knowing it couldn't get out. Still don't know what it was in that apartment, but I'm glad it didn't follow me when we left. A collective series of Ouija board events. Back when I was in high school, 2 friends of mine, Olivia and Megan, decided we wanted to use a Ouija board. I was nervous to do it the first night, so it was just Olivia and Megan. It works, so I started doing the board with them. We do this almost every single night, trying to talk to the same 2 entities we thought we were talking to. We'll call them 2 colors that represent them well, blue and red. These 2 entities became attached to us. We know for sure there were 2 because of the physical energy you could sense from both of them. One was a very strong, intense energy that caused chest pressure and ringing ears. They'd appear shorter and move the planchette quickly. The other was weaker, causing only pressure and no ringing in her ears. They appeared much taller and moved the planchette slower. It was always the same physical appearance and physical energies. I have a tiny backstory for blue and red. However, I've decided not to share as their deaths are a sensitive topic that could easily trigger someone reading. It started out like the typical Ouija board experience. Electronics turning off on their own and hearing footsteps, feeling like we're being watched and tapping and banging and things moving on their own. Even had objects disappear and reappear in other places. I also have a few razors that were completely dulled to the point where the sharp parts are completely gone. They're just pieces of metal at this point, not razors. Something that never bothered us because we didn't scare easily. Then it escalated. They became more physical. They'd appear to us and we'd hear them talking through phone calls. One would hear them from the other side, and you could hear them moving around through the phone. One would hear from the other side, even interacting through dreams. I've had dreams of drinking and talking with them, telling them about my dog who had recently passed, venting about bullshit. And then the one I remember most is being put in their position before death. Olivia and Megan had the same dreams. It escalated again when Megan and outside friend upset Olivia, blue, red, and myself. Megan began to experience some revenge from blue and red through the board and outside of the board. The things that happened outside of the board included being hit with a car door, being pushed, and having her milkshake explode literally in her face. The board experience she and the outside friend had after upsetting everybody goes as follows, all in chronological order. Uncomfortable, inappropriate remarks. Affecting the outside friend by bringing her to feel an overwhelming amount of anger where she threw the planchette across the room, saying really hateful things, then having no memory of what she had done. The board says, "You're just like me." Outside friend says Blue's name, but the board spells out Red's name. Megan starts to feel an overwhelming amount of sadness. The board says you try to figure me out because you're scared, over and over again. Outside friend had wanted a profile and information about the spirits. And by the time the sentence finished, outside friend is unknowingly saying, "I'm just like them," over and over again. Board says, "You're gonna break." Outside friend continues repeating that she's just like them, going in and out of awareness. I never heard about how they ended that session. We've since stopped doing the board, but they're both still there, and I've seen them. Don't do Ouija boards, everybody. How long does it take for a ghost and spirit to gain enough energy to communicate exactly? I'm not sure if I know what I'm talking about or not, but many aeons ago I was really into paranormal, and from what I understand, it takes a lot of energy for a spirit or ghost to communicate, whether that be through a divination pendulum, EVP, Ouija board, or moving objects. Well, about 3 months ago, a 28-year-old female girlfriend and 26 took her life with a gunshot to the head. It was mine and my shared partner's driveway in the wee hours of the morning, like 4 a.m. to be exact. I've really been struggling with the grief of her death, as she struggled with BPD and bipolar and an abusive family and a rare bone disease. Because of this, her and I had a very, well, let's just say everything was very rocky, always, and it was a toxic relationship, but I still loved her very much. Though her and I spent that night crying and apologizing to each other for things in the past, her death left a lot of things unexplained, and I couldn't help but feel I had a part to play in the reasoning she took her own life, leaving me pretty desperate to speak with her. I was gifted a divination pendulum by a close friend and did some research on how to contact her on the other side. I paired it with GhostTube's EVP reader. Still not confident this app actually works, but it's worth a shot. It doesn't work. But when I tried, I started simple. I contacted my partner's grandma. We live in her house still, and she's been gone for over 6 years now. I asked her to show me, what a quote-unquote no looks like, and it swung side to side rapidly. Then I asked her to show me a yes, and it spun counterclockwise. I did this a few times to establish that those were clear yes and no's. I asked her a few random questions that led to me asking her if my girlfriend was with her. She said yes, so I directed my questions toward my girlfriend. I asked her to show me a no on the pendulum, and it swung left to right, with just as much energy as when I asked my partner's grandma. However, when I asked her to show me yes, the pendulum still swung counterclockwise, but with significantly less energy than my partner's grandma. The major debate around her death was whether or not she knew the gun was loaded. Gun didn't have a clip in it, meaning that there was one bullet and it was in the chamber. Because she was in the middle of a split episode when it happened, she had in the past threatened suicide. In fact, often when during these episodes, but didn't want to die when the episode was over. On top of that, she was very, very intoxicated when it happened. So I asked her if she knew that there was a bullet in the gun. Pendulum swung very lightly counterclockwise again. My reader on my phone went off and said, "Bloody." Again, I take that with a grain of salt, but still. Basically, I'm curious if she hasn't gained enough energy to properly communicate, or if because of my want to communicate with her so badly, my brain's just showing me things that it wants to see and hear. I miss her dearly, and I won't deny my grief has driven me to a point of desperation to just see her, hear her, know she's still with me. Truly bizarre encounter makes me question the future. I used to work in a casino. One night I was approached by an elderly woman asking about paging somebody over the intercom. I tried explaining where to go, but she insisted I personally walk her to the desk where they can do that. As I walk her through the casino, she started talking to me. She mentioned she was a medium, and how her family was always strictly advised her against sharing that information with random people. When you work at a casino, you encounter a lot of scammers and odd people. I was polite, but I tried not to engage with her much on the topic. As we kept walking, she said something to me about my sister, and I stopped and asked how she knew my sister. She didn't, but started talking to me at great lengths about my family. At this particular time, my sister was going through a very difficult time in life. It was impacting her family as a whole. I was skeptical, but I was curious, and she went on. I was careful to neither confirm or deny anything, but just listen to what she had to say. She went into great detail about how my father, mother, and even I played into the current situation. She even began to become visibly emotional, as if she could feel what my mother was feeling. I was utterly astonished, and she told me that I, being the oldest and most diplomatic in my family, needed to be more outspoken with everyone involved. Everything she had told me was undeniably accurate and insightful, but then she shifted her focus. She told me about somebody I worked with and went into great detail about what this person looked like and how they felt about me. She talked about the dynamic between us and advised me to take caution. At this point, she had lost me. I couldn't think of a single person or relationship in my working life that fit that description. I began becoming more skeptical again and reminded her I needed to get back to work and to keep walking toward the destination. She kept talking to me as we walked, and I began to once again find myself astonished as to not just what she was telling me, but also how she would go about it. Her body language and expressions and emotional energy. As we got closer, she abruptly stopped walking. When I noticed, I did as well and turned back to her. Before I could say anything, she placed her palm at the base of my sternum and above my belly button just below where my ribcage started. I immediately noticed a physical sensation. I became paralyzed and almost felt like she was stealing the breath from my body. I started becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings. The lights and dings from the electronic games, the mass amounts of people walking by, but everything seemed to be in slow motion or, almost as if I was leaving my body. It could have been only a few seconds, it could have been 20 minutes, I don't know, but I feel as if I couldn't breathe and the weakness in my knees, and I started to feel like I was on the verge of passing out. Casino security saw this encounter and approached us. When security interrupted us to ask what was going on, it must have startled her because I felt this shockwave through my entire body. She jerked her hand back and started apologizing profusely to me. As soon as she pulled her hand back, I was able to breathe again, gained control over my body. I was completely freaked out, and it must have been visible because the security kept asking me if I was okay, and I assured them everything was fine, and they walked off. I turned back to the woman, still apologizing, and she said, "If you don't do something about that ulcer, it's going to kill you." I was so freaked out that I told her thanks, but I have to go back to work now, and quickly headed back to my office. Not only was I in a bizarre headspace, but I noticeably was completely void of physical energy. The entire experience was the most profound encounter of my life, and I'll never forget those words and physical sensations. I was having a lot of stomach issues at the time, but I was far too scared to get medical verification. I had already previously suspected it, and it was a potential side effect of medication I was on at the time. But if that wasn't bizarre enough on its own, it gets even weirder. The encounter happened nearly 10 years ago, and it sat with me ever since. But recently was reflecting back on it. I realized the second part about the coworker that initially made no sense all of a sudden did. That entire situation played out in my life a few years ago. The description of the person and the very specific details were 100% spot on from what I described like 10 years ago, or in the story from 10 years ago. I even realized the entire situation was initiated nearly 7 years to the day from the moment this woman described it to me. Not only were the two incidents separated by 7 years, but the person she described I hadn't even met yet and was in an entirely different state and company. I don't know what to make of this. Come here to see what others' take is, and I'm open to this type of stuff, but I've always approached these situations skeptically. I'd love to hear what anybody has to say about it. My dog impossibly appeared outside. This happened last night at about 1 a.m. I'm a 20-year-old male with my dog by the side of my bed scrolling through my phone. A few minutes later, I turn and see she's gone. I start looking around the house, which is fairly small, and she's nowhere to be found. By the way, all of our windows have nets for bugs, so there's only one door. So I keep looking around thinking somehow I've missed her and she's a Doberman. And all this time I hear a dog constantly barking outside. Of course, I assume it's another dog, so I finally step outside and I call for her. All the other dogs come, and there's 4 dogs on our property. But I go toward the sound, and it's her who's been barking all this time at the toad. Little detail, the toad was next to a huge snail. Lovely. This is something she does usually with toads. She's crazy about them. And they excrete a liquid that I assume is toxic or at least very unpleasant because it makes her salivate a lot. And with foam, so sounds like this toad is making her hide. So I take her to a little fountain to clear her up, and all this time utterly confused as to how on earth she apparently opened the locked door, went out and closed it behind her. The toad disappears and she keeps looking for it desperately. I go back to the house, ask my mom and my brother, and in the morning I confirm with my dad that nobody has let her out or even heard the door opening. So I discuss the matter with my brother for a while. Then a couple of hours later we're talking about a completely different subject when a fucking toad appears in my room. The dogs stay outside. Now I don't know, but this had never happened to me in this house, and I had to go up 3 steps to get here, so me and my brother freaked out even more. Anyway, I've never had a hardcore paranormal or supernatural experience, and I admit the toad in the end is something improbable, but not impossible. But adds to the overall bizarre experience. But the dog going outside is something I still can't explain logically, and it puzzles me. I don't know if this is something that happens or happened to anyone here, but at this point I'm starting to think that the world's pretty crazy, man, and I don't know what to believe or not, if I should trust my mind anymore. It's a powerful toad. I think my house is haunted. 3 incidents. Story 1. A few years ago, during the time of the 2016 Summer Olympics in Rio de Janeiro, I was watching the games in the family room after dinner. The television is mounted on the wall next to a door that leads into the garage. Prior to this incident, I lock the doorknob but leave the deadbolt unlocked since I'm home. And after all, it would sort of lock the deadbolt when I go to bed. During a track and field running event, the door suddenly flew open but stopped short of hitting the wall as though the force was, well, rather the force that opened the door double-backed onto itself. I jumped up from the couch and peered into the garage from the door, calling out, "Is anyone there?" In silence. I repeated myself, but it was just me being met with silence. I closed the door and locked the doorknob and sat back down on the couch. Suddenly, I was struck with the realization that the doorknob unlocked itself. I stood up again, locked the deadbolt, continued watching the Olympics in peace. For the next 3 days, I locked both the doorknob and the deadbolt early in the evening before coming to the conclusion that I just imagined what took place. So I eased up on the extra security and locked just the doorknob. That very night, while watching a recap of the game in the family room, the door suddenly flew open, hitting the wall. And even as I write this, the echo of the door impacting the wall still rings in my ear. Got up, called into my garage, "Is anyone there?" No answer. I asked, "Who are you?" Still no answer. Closed the door, and just a few days before the doorknob was unlocked, I locked the doorknob and deadbolt and continued watching the Olympic recap in a nervous silence. After the second incident, I always made sure to lock the doorknob and deadbolt when I'm home. My door has not opened on its own ever since. Story 2. Early summer 2019. I'd just come home from work, earlier than usual because the group exercise class I go to at the gym was canceled. FWIW. FWIW. My instructor attended a family member's funeral somewhere in South America. As I made my way up the stairs to change, I heard what sounded like a buzzing sound, but I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from at first. Went to my bedroom and spare bedrooms, but it wasn't coming from there. When I went to my bathroom, the sound got louder. I opened the cabinet beneath my bathroom sink, and one of the toothbrushes, in an unopened 4-pack of Oral-B Pulsar toothbrushes, was switched on. Couldn't even press through the packaging to turn off the toothbrush. I was forced to open the packaging to access the off button of the toothbrush. For the life of me, I just don't know how the toothbrush turned on by itself like that. Story 3. I have a 3-light floor lamp at the opposite side of my bedroom next to my desk and computer. I use this light only when I'm working at my desk in the evening or during the weekend. I never turn this on in the morning since I get ready for work in the master bathroom and use the lighting in there instead. When I leave for work, I make sure all of my lights are off. When I came home from the gym one evening last December, however, I was surprised to see that all 3 lights of my floor lamp have been turned on, except for when I first bought the lamp and tested it some 10 years ago. Never turned on all the 3 lights at once since, and looked through my whole house to see if anybody else was inside my house. No one was there, and a few nights later it happened again. Same floor lamp, and all 3 lights were on. My dog, at the end of every story, starts doing this. Oh my God. I resorted to unplugging the floor lamp and only plugging it in when I use it. I've come home to lights on ever since. Dog's going crazy. Hope it stays that way. Paranormal M isn't just a channel. It's a haunted archive of fear. We collect and tell the stories that never truly end. Subscribe and ring the bell, because some endings are just beginnings. I saw a frozen airplane in the sky. I'm so confused. Please let me know what y'all think. Me and my friend Bella had a mutual friend studying abroad, so we both flew down and visited our boy Chris in Buenos Aires. That's while he was studying. After a few nights in the bigger city of Buenos Aires, we took a 5-hour flight to Salta, a much sleepier town. We stayed at a youth hostel there, signed up for a full-day tour by bus to see the salt flats. We got picked up in the bus before the sun rose. We started to drive way up into Salta's mountain range. It was amazing. For lunch, we stopped at an alpaca ranch and we were given lentil soup with alpaca meat. I have a deep love for lentils, so I felt right at home. After lunch, we drove all the way down to the salt flats, hung out around there. It was then I asked our bus driver if he had seen any aliens or anything out of the ordinary. He said he grew up here, and, well, he hadn't, but said there's plenty of people who knows who have. The reason I asked is because it was such an expansive landscape and so remote. No electricity or power lines on the roads, and everybody I saw in the area looked super indigenous. The way the noses and jaws of these people were structured just felt more ancient and pure than most people you'd find in a big city. Anyway, we left the salt flats and took the 4-hour drive back to the city. The sun is starting to set, and I'm at the back of the bus looking in wonder as we pass what looks to be mineral processing plants, a dilapidated primary school, houses that barely look like they're even standing. I start to fall asleep. The 10 hours in the bus and large altitude changes were starting to get to me. But I'm awakened by the tour guide in the intercom. He basically said in Spanish, Hey you, kids from the US. They were asking about weird stuff in the sky. Check this out. Never seen this before. Chris, Bella, and I started looking around. I look out into the horizon and we're traveling west. At least west-ish. That's because the sun is setting in front of us. I see some flashing lights just above the road, but a little to the right. And after a few minutes I realize it's just an airplane. I see wings and flashing lights on the wings. But that's when everything started to make less and less sense. We continue to drive west, but the plane as we get closer is flying east, directly at us. It's now about 300 yards away, maybe 200 feet off of the ground. We get even closer, and it's starting to feel like the plane isn't moving. Sure enough, it isn't, and we're now almost next to it. All the lights are flashing, and it's a commercial airliner silhouette. All the passenger windows are open, so I can see the lights from inside the cabin. I see no logos on the plane. I hear no sounds of the engine. It's right there. Suddenly I realize we're driving past it, and as I crane my neck to keep looking at it, its altitude didn't change at all. Never heard a sound. Felt like it was a sculpture stuck into the remote valley of the place. From seeing the plane to literally driving past it was about 10 minutes of viewing. I pulled out my phone, but at the same time I had 2 witnesses. We remained fixated upon it, trying to find a logical reason why this was even happening. Nothing made sense. It felt like a life glitch. Now all of us saw this, at least my friends I was with on the bus. About 2 hours later we arrived back in Salta. We got dropped back off at the hostel, and our tour guide didn't say shit. I was kind of just shocked as I left. I live close to LAX in Los Angeles, so I'm very familiar with how large airliners should be when landing. I've seen them at the same altitude and distance, and they make enormous amounts of noise. And I'm not a pilot, but I also know you can't just glide a plane of that size. Well, for that long. At that altitude and 0 headwind. Nothing about the plane's behavior made sense. Upon returning to the hostel, I searched online the nearest airports. Salta only has one. It's pretty small and close to the hostel. We were 2 hours from the town at the sighting of this incident. My ghost experience. One time I was in my apartment with my parents. My brother slept with my parents at the time. He was a baby. So I remember not being able to fall asleep, so I was just sitting up in my bed. My bed was placed in the middle of the room, facing my door, which led to a hallway. Going left to right, this is pretty important because at the end of the left side was the kitchen and living room. On the right side, a little further down, was my parents' bedroom. So I was just sitting there, making up stories in my head when I see a figure. It was short, with spiky, shorter than me, and I was like 7. Short with spiky. It had a suitcase in its hand. It just kept walking from where my parents' room was to the kitchen. Even though I was young, I knew that if I brought it up or even talked about it, it would come back. So I told my parents what happened, but not really. I just said I saw something in the hallway. So when I said that, I started sleeping in my parents' room. My dad one day had enough and sent me to sleep in my room, and I was terrified. So my mom came with me to sleep with me. She only told me this a few years ago. She couldn't sleep either. And when she looked at the door frame, she saw the Grim Reaper, or something that looked like it. Since we're Mexican, we call it La Santa Muerte. So she started praying and eventually fell asleep. When she woke up, she told my dad we needed to move out, so we did, and only a few years after that we're driving and had to drive past those apartments. She told me, remember when you said you saw something in the apartment, and I responded, well, yeah, why? Then she told me something super scary, well, to me at least. She found out through a friend that we're practicing some type of witchcraft in the apartment. Still don't really know what I saw or what it was, just some small, short creature with spiky hair in a suitcase. So that's my story. I think I'll be posting more here. I have some other ghost stories. If anybody knows what kind of thing I saw, that would be pretty cool to know. I woke up at 3 a.m. and I saw an old lady smiling at me sitting at my desk. So this morning I woke up to something that scared the living shit out of me. It was around 3 a.m., maybe 3:47 a.m. I'd woken up strangely, and I say this after a big night staying up to 11, so usually I'll sleep all night, but for some reason I woke up to a feeling as if somebody was near me, or somebody was in my presence. And as soon as I woke up, I started staring directly at an old lady who was sitting on my desk. I could see her pretty clear, and she was easy to see with the dim hallway light shining on her. At first, I thought it may have been my chair, as my chair had clothes on it. It looked as it, but as adrenaline kicked in, I realized she was far from my chair, was actually sitting on my desk. She had gray hair, and it looked all tough, and the hallway lights blue. She had a smile on, and it was quite creepy. It looked as though she had some teeth missing. Now, at first, I thought it was my mom. She had the exact nightgown as my mom, so I was going to shout Mom. But I quickly realized that it couldn't have been. The lady on the desk had darker skin. Usually, I have a knife or a gel blaster. Whoa, a gel blaster. Beside my bed. I was planning on using one, but I realized they weren't there and I had left them outside. I thought of everything I could do. I locked eyes with her for at least 1 minute, still smiling, and I thought I'd get up and approach her. I did so, and within seconds she disappeared. It was like as soon as I changed angles, she left. But it couldn't have been that, as I saw her lying down, and then I saw her as I perched up. I don't get scared often, so this was weird for me, but also gave me the creeps. Everything was so perfectly timed, and waking up at 3 a.m. staring into her, the light showing what she looked like, and as I approached her, she disappears, and it was really strange. I live in Australia. Told my mom about the story. She said it might have been an aboriginal. My mom and dad have had similar experiences in the past. So this is the second time this year this has happened to me. Last time I noticed somebody on the edge of my bed. I found out years later that her son died in that room. Explains a lot. When I was little, maybe around 7 or so, I had my first paranormal experience. My mom always told me that she felt like I attracted things from the spiritual realm, even as a baby. But this experience is the first one that is my own memory, and I remember it vividly, and I'm now 26 years old. My mom was unlucky enough to have not only my father die, but also my little sister's father. My dad passed away due to a car accident. My sister's dad, well, he committed suicide after a battle with severe depression. Needless to say, my mom has got it pretty rough, and being a single working mother, she would often take us to family friends who would babysit us while she worked late nights at the hospital. The woman who babysat us was a warm, kind, and gentle woman named Rhonda. She always took the best care of us and my sister, and I really enjoyed staying with her. Rhonda had 2 birds who would love to talk, and they would repeat simple things like, "Hello," and "What's up?" We thought it was the coolest thing. After a long day of playing, my sister and I were off to bed, and Rhonda tucked me into my bed in the spare room downstairs. My sister was still pretty little, and she slept in the same room as Rhonda because she was too scared to sleep alone. Rhonda was like a grandma to us who was more than happy to share her bed if we got scared. I was a quote-unquote big girl and loved having my own room to sleep in, and I was never scared. On this night, though, I was having trouble falling asleep. I just kept tossing and turning, growing frustrated that I wasn't asleep, and for some reason I began to get anxiety and become fearful. I didn't know why I was scared, but I was. After what felt like forever of me lying there contemplating getting up and crawling into Rhonda's bed, I heard something in a low, calm male voice say, "Marissa, it's okay, just go to sleep." It surprised me, but it didn't scare me. I believe that as a child you're more open and susceptible to paranormal things, due to the fact that you're not conditioned to be fearful yet. With age, you learn what's quote-unquote scary, and all the things that go bump in the night that you should run away from. But I was still so innocent that I didn't register this as threatening. Actually, this calmed me down. I started to feel very tired and just accepted what the voice told me and went to sleep. The next morning, Rhonda made us breakfast as she always did. She sat across from me and sipped her coffee that I always asked for a sip of because I wasn't really ready. I was a strange child. I also had a taste for coffee. She asked me how I slept, and I told her that I was scared and that somebody told me to go to sleep. She looked at me confused and asked me if I'd had a dream that somebody was talking to me. I told her, no, I was awake. She said it was probably the birds talking, and again I told her I was sure it wasn't. She then asked me if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice. When I instantly said it was a man's voice, her face changed from the usual cheery, warm expression to put off and uncomfortable. I'd never seen her face look like that before. I think that's why I remembered this so vividly. She changed the subject quickly and went about her day, and I don't think about that again for years. Fast forward into my teens. My mom and I were having a discussion about the paranormal because I had a lot of strange activity happening. She asked me what the first experience I remember is, and I shared the story about the man's voice at Rhonda's house, and how odd Rhonda's reaction was. My mom looked at me and her eyes widened a bit. Now, Rhonda went a little MIA a few years later. Unfortunately, she was slowly losing contact with us, and eventually she was no longer part of our lives. I hadn't seen her in years. When my mom collected her thoughts, she looked at me and said, "Marissa, you know Rhonda's son died in that room, right?" I did not. I knew she had a son who passed away of a tragic overdose, but I was so young and never met him, so I didn't really think about it. I looked back at my mom, and we didn't have to say anything. We both were thinking the same thing. If I was hearing a spirit speak to me, there's a good chance it could have been her son. And from what my mom said about him, he was a very kind and caring person, much like his mother. Maybe that's why I wasn't afraid when he, if it was he, spoke to me. I'm not saying this is factually what happened, but it does make me wonder. The voice I heard was real, that much I do know. Regardless of who it belonged to, I'm sure to me that that much is true. Since that experience, I've had many, many more, and unfortunately, they got more and more sinister as I got older. They got very, very dark for a while, and I witnessed things that you usually only see in horror movies. I still think of this experience often, and hope that you enjoyed reading my testimony. If you did enjoy this story, I also share my experiences as well as other strange and unusual things on my YouTube channel. My handle is Mercer White. If you're more of a reader than a watcher, then not to worry, I'll be sharing more in here as well. White spelled W-I-G-H-T. I think that's pronounced white. I'm an electrician. My work has its fair share of strange customers, one of which was Mrs. Diana Sharp. The small town of Guysborough, Nova Scotia. It's like every other East Coast town you've ever been to. Heck, economic majority is based on lobster fishing, colonial style, town hall, post depot, millionaire paradise homes, etc. We have a small business ice cream parlor, a lucrative coffee microbrew company, and her fair share of boonies, tall tales, and secrets better left unexplored. It's where I've lived and worked my whole life. Unlike my father, I couldn't stand being on a boat for more than 20 minutes at a time. So instead of learning his trade of setting, reeling, and repairing lobster traps, I took a liking to the electrical trade. I went to the NSCC in Port Hawkesbury, got my certificate in residential and commercial work, began earning my hours alongside registered journeymen. It took me almost 7 years to write my test and get my seal. But as soon as I did, I took out a loan and opened my own business in town. With almost a complete monopoly in the area, I should be able to pay off that loan within a year or two of steady work and then start working on my student debts. It was an average overcast day when I got a call from the local municipality office. Mrs. Diana Sharp, an older woman who lived around Cook's Cove, was given a grant by the government to fix up her little house and bring state-of-the-art luxuries to it. I was recommended by the local union as a reliable tradesman. They asked if I could go out and assess the house for repairs. With it being a quote-unquote lazy inventory day, I agreed. I was at her door within the next hour. The house was an old 2-story shack, somewhat decrepit and weathered by the harsh coastal environment. Even now, the Atlantic winds battered the small home as the first drops of rain began coming down. Paint peeled off the vinyl sidings. Trash from previous upgrades on the house laid strewn in the wooded edge of her property. From a glance, I knew this job would be kind of a doozy. But I gathered myself and tools and knocked on the door. An elderly woman opened the door a crack, and her beady eyes narrowing at my own gaze. "Can I help you?" Came from a raspy, worn voice. "Hey, I'm Cal. I'm an electrician. I'm here to assess that quote for you." The door flung open and her demeanor switched instantaneously. "But of course, so nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Come in, come. She ushered me into the house. As her hunched body shuffled away from the door, I walked in and was greeted with the average granny cottage smell of must and age, mixed with fresh baking bread, a hint of cinnamon, and a feeling of safety. The place was uncharacteristically calm. Outside, a storm was brewing. One that could threaten to take this shack away with one gust, but the interior seemed to ignore it all, stuck in a mood of having longtime friends coming over for a visit. I dropped my tools and I took off my jacket, eager to get out of the coming storm. I heard dishes being moved and a gas stove being lit. "Would you like some tea? Warms up the heart and soul on days like today," Diana called from the kitchen. I figured a cup wouldn't hurt and accepted her offer. 2 milk, 1 sugar, trying to watch my weight. As the kettle boiled, Diana sat down at her dinner table and handed me the grant documents. She had a sizable sum granted for electrical repairs and upgrades, and said she trusted me with using every penny responsibly and respectively. I told her I would do just that, and asked if I could look around while we waited for our tea. She stood and led me to the various rooms in her humble abode. Aside from her kitchen and dining room, the first floor consisted of a decent-sized living room and a smoking room. As we went along, she outlined what she wanted done with her home. Replace all the electrical components, install new lights, run a few new circuits, the usual grant work. The second floor had 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. I'm not much use for these rooms anymore. Children up and left the moment they turned 18, and not a single one has come to visit. She snorted with contempt. But I reckon the switches, lights, and other doodahs should match up the rest of the house. I felt my heart drop for her, alone in this withering house with no family to visit and keep her company. Nevertheless, she carried herself high all the way down to the basement door in the kitchen. I had missed it entirely before. The small wallpaper indent in the wall looked nothing like a door. A hole sat where a knob should have been. An old-style iron latch kept it closed, and the aged brass hinges creaked as she opened the door. Be mindful of the basement, Sonny. It was never finished by my good-for-nothing husband, so it's just muck down there. The dark, cramped stairs led down to a cobweb-infested space, with barely enough room to stand upright. The floor was only concrete at the base of the stairs, and like Diana said, it was muck and mud for the rest of the room. Brand new appliances like a water heater and gas furnace stood atop stone tiles, saving them from the muddy mess. The panel was mounted in the concrete wall directly in front of the stairs. "Damn, this looks like it'll be a real job," I muttered. "Nothing you can't handle, I assume." Diana quickly snapped back, sweet and inviting as ever. We walked back up to the kitchen as the kettle started to wail. I was looking forward to that cup of tea when a figure in the corner of the room caught my eye. It was a man standing tall and gaunt in ratty-looking clothing, his face covered by a long matted beard and a fisherman's cap. His rubber boots bulged past his sizable legs, and his whole body dripped as if he was soaking wet. I was completely caught off guard and just eyed him down for a few seconds before Diana grabbed my chin and yanked my gaze toward hers. "Oh, that's my good-for-nothing husband I was just talking about. He's no harm, I can assure you, as long as you don't meet his gaze with yours." She said this as if talking about a family pet. She released her iron grip from my face and headed for the stove, and as she grabbed the kettle, I took another glance at the corner, only to realize the man was gone. It vanished like a cloud of smoke on a windy day. How? That was all I managed to sputter out before I just was handed this cup of tea. "Mattias was a good man," Diana began to say as she sat down at the table. "He loved and cared for us and brought home food and money and made sure the house never fell into disrepair." She took a long sip from her cup. "It's been almost 20 years since his ship washed ashore after a storm, battered and damaged, with no one on board, and he and his 2 crewmates were pronounced lost at sea after a months-long search. I wept almost every day for a year." Her voice ached with sorrow as she choked back tears. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her tired eyes. Then one day he appeared at the door in the shape you saw him. He said nothing, walked in up the stairs, and he was gone. She gave a shrug and a half-hearted smile. "Since then, he appears only when guests arrive and watches over us. Like I said, you won't have any trouble from him, so long as you don't look into his eyes." I stood there for a minute or so, a cup of tea shaking in my hand, thoughts whizzing around inside my head. I took a deep breath and managed to ask the burning question on my lips. "Oh, what happens if I look him in the eyes?" Like I was a teenager, my voice broke and squeaked, and again Diana took another long sip from her cup, let out a sigh, and said without missing a beat, "You'll drown where you stand." Brutal. I think there's something living in my dreams. I've always had trouble sleeping, ever since I was little. I also had very vivid dreams. I can recall the tiniest details, and I tend to have some sort of storyline. At the age of 11, I first actively noticed it. I dreamt about the woods, and I love going to the woods, and in the dream I was searching for bugs under logs and rocks. I felt something creeping around, and I didn't feel like it was staring. I was just surprised there was a little girl in these woods. I didn't saw much of the creature, but I did notice some long strands of what seemed like a fleshy surface glide off into the woods. It was quite tall, since I could see the leaves moving, and after that night I began noticing it more frequently. When I was 15, I developed sleeping paralysis and severe nightmares. In my sleep paralysis, I saw the shadows of my room moving. It always ended the same. I could see fingertips in my peripheral vision, and they were too long to be human. The fingers would close in from the sides like somebody who stood behind you and would put his hands on both sides of your face. Only there were no hands, just fingers. Very, very long and bony fingers. When they covered all of my vision, they would rapidly close in and I would wake up hyperventilating, sweating, and sometimes screaming. In my nightmares, I saw the same fingers. I had one recurring nightmare. It was next to a lake in the woods. There was one long and narrow deck stretching out over the lake. However, it never started at the lake. In the woods, I felt something creeping around me, testing the waters of who and what I am. At some point, the fingers would creep around a tree, and all I could think to do was to run toward the lake. I could hear it crashing through the branches and thundering after me. No matter what I tried, it always got me. And if I stopped, it would get me, and if I ran, it would catch up. If I jumped in the lake, it would grab my feet before it could hit the water. I had this dream for so many times, I tried everything I could possibly think of, and if it got me, I'd wake up in pure panic, screaming and sweating and hyperventilating. At some point, I barely slept anymore. And at some point, I was getting bored with the same dream, same outcome, same monster. I learned that if I did nothing, I'd wake up much sooner, and I could also start to sleep again, and much sooner as well. The second time, he was never there. This went on for a few months, until one day it seemed to be bored with me. And that was the first night I fully saw it. The long fingers are as long as my legs. Its body and head are fused, and it felt like it was curious. Its legs were more like a wolf's hind legs, or a horse, depending on how you look at it. Mine too. It were human feet, but it walked on its toes, and its feet were 1/2 meter long. Its face is not something I had seen before, or something I can describe, really. It had a big mouth and a little snout-like thing, too. Again, it was in a horse or dog kind of way. Its black eyes were full of wonder and surprise and curiosity. Not what I expected. After looking at each other, it slowly walked into the woods again, looking back a couple of times while I stood there. Ever since that night, it's been in every dream I ever had, no matter where the dream played. Always somewhere in the back, and I think I've met it in a different form, too, in a different dream. While I was sitting on a train, which went very fast, everything suddenly stopped moving and a conductor passed me. He kneeled in front of me, looked me in the eyes, and they were the same eyes, talked to me about my insecurities and doubts. I could only listen, and in the end he said, "Remember what I had learned you. Don't be ruled by fear." My strange house. I had moved out of this house for almost a year now, and I'm now very happy of it. I may make some more posts about some experiences I've had in the house, but for the first one, this is what I have to say. The house never ever felt right. The lights never seemed to ever truly light up a room, and always seemed dark wherever you were in the house, even if natural light was let in. All my friends say the same thing if they come over, or stay the night, that just something just felt wrong. We never knew why. The house was very tiny, only had one floor, and even had, well, no basement. Instead, it had this little small crawl space with a dirt floor. The hallway led to all the rooms. The hallway in the house was the worst, and the hall is where you feel the worst in the house. Even when I was 16, I would still run to my room through the hallway, like the feeling like somebody was going to grab you if you walked or stayed there for too long. And one walking past the bathroom, almost every time I could swear I would see something in there, the light on and entering like a black shape. But it was the only bathroom and also felt wrong. I even cut showers short sometimes because of the feeling of being watched. It didn't happen often, but me and my brother had the light go out on us for no reason. So while using the bathroom or taking a shower, clearing her throat, We tried to just kind of be like it's an old house and it happens, but still it would freak us out. There was even one day that my brother got stuck in the bathroom. The door was locked shut even though there was no lock. Then the light's in there, but he was screaming like somebody was going to murder him. My dad finally broke the door down. My brother ran out as soon as possible and straight to his room. Excuse me. Moans in the night sky. This is my first official post on Reddit, so please forgive me if I'm 1, in the wrong place for this, or 2, not following usual format. This particular incident happened to my ex-girlfriend, and on November 26th of 2015, and it has stuck with me. I initially researched the incident the morning after, as it seemed to me like something you would have been experiencing on a larger scale, but sadly couldn't find anything but debunking videos for sky trumpets and the like. On November 26th, Thanksgiving of 2015, my girlfriend and I returned to my apartment in Queens, New York, passed out after a long night of feasting. At about 2:40 a.m., we were awoken by the sound of a very low, ominous rumble that rattled the window panes. At first, I thought it was a helicopter passing by or a semi that might have accidentally turned off onto a residential road, but something felt off. It felt like it was in the apartment. And for reference, I live in a typical Queens neighborhood in a 2-family walk-up on the 2nd floor. When we both were awake enough to start investigating, I went to the other side of my apartment to see if it was coming from the back, but the sound didn't seem to change directionally or reduce or increase in volume. After 2 or 3 minutes, a new sound added to the rumble. It was this echoing chime, almost like a strange moan. It was very soft compared to the rumble and seemed distant at first. It was at this point I started to film on my phone and try the document. I have a video of this, and I will include it if possible or link it in the comments. I have 2 from the night. I recommend headphones once I post the video, as the frequency of the rumble seems quite low and the chimes are soft. After a few moments of this chime and moan, it got much louder, and I began to get worried. I was very on edge, so I put on a jacket and went downstairs in my stoop to see if I could at least pinpoint where the sound might be coming from. Once I was outside, the sound was very loud. I mean loud enough that people were poking their heads out of windows and standing on their stoops at almost 3 a.m. I began recording again to try and capture what we all heard, and the second video you can hear the sound, pretty clearly. I do a terrible job trying to explain that it seems like it's coming from above us. At the very end, my elderly aunt even comes out to investigate. The whole thing went on for about 30 minutes. Even checked the news to see if there was something happening. It's New York City after all, but nothing being reported. Never found any concrete evidence in my research, and I can't explain it to this day. My neighbors all remembered, though. The sounds you'll hear are pretty indescribable. If anybody can shed any light on this, I'd be forever grateful. I've literally had these videos saved for 5 years, and telling somebody about this during quarantine was inspired to reignite the search. Orlando Ghost Stories. My roommate works at Universal Studios in Diagon Alley. Am I saying that right? Diagon? The employees who work there can be moved to different stores when help is needed. The Diagon Alley has a smaller hidden nocturne alley hidden behind the cheery shops, showcasing pastries and magic bubblegum. Borgin and Burke is the only store located in that smaller section of the wizarding world. It's meant to be creepier than, the rest of the alley. To make it more realistic, Universal bought a lot of the decorations in that store from the estate sales. There's one mirror that hangs over a trunk in the corner that guests and employees have sworn that when they look into it, they see a woman standing behind the reflection. However, when they turn around, she's gone. It happens so often that instead of having the mirror at a level where somebody could look into it, it was suspended so that the spirit couldn't be bothered by guests and vice versa. I used to work for the Spring Hill Suites across from SeaWorld. A couple of years back, a woman checked into room 1509, walked to the CVS across the street to buy a pocket knife. When she got back to her room, she offed herself. Housekeepers and housemen used to come to the front desk to tell us about how they saw a woman walking down the hall who just disappeared. Or would turn the corner, and when they got that same corner, she was gone. Housekeepers who clean that room will have drawers and cabinets open on their own. And the engineer who found her smells carnations, like flowers associated with death, any time he gets on the elevator on that side of the building. If you see this homeless person asking for spare change at a traffic signal, I'd advise you to just give him some and be done with it. It was already a Friday evening. To add some cherry on the icing, Boss was in a happy mood. Gave her team the go-ahead to leave about 45 minutes early, before the office hours actually ended. I packed my stuff, rushed quickly to the elevator, and in about 10 minutes was driving out of the parking lot and I was sipping my cold coffee that I had grabbed from the cafeteria on my way down. I take a look at my watch. It was 5:34 p.m. Perfect. It was a pretty hectic week, and I was really looking forward to the weekend. Not that I had any plans as such, but I just wanted to be at home and have a few friends around getting drunk and playing games all weekend. I was already visualizing all of this in my mind as I entered the highway. My office is located an hour's drive away from my home, and though the distance doesn't usually bother me much, but at times like these it could be a pain in the ass, I was already anticipating reaching home as soon as possible to get time on my hands. It was already sunset, and I'd already covered about a third of the distance. I pulled up at the first red signal for the evening. I pulled up at the signal and was slowly sipping the cold coffee, eagerly waiting for it to turn green as the homeless guy knocked on my window, asking for spare change. And in my country, it's very common to see homeless people asking for spare change or food at the signals. I hadn't noticed him almost limping toward my vehicle until he appeared in my field of view. Only for about 5 seconds. Maybe I was anticipating the weekend too much that I hadn't paid attention to my surroundings, except for the signal. "Hello, kind sir, please spare some change for this poor soul," he said with a smiling face. And yeah, you could feel the cringe after hearing those words, but it is how it is. He was a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a beard, wearing a soiled green cloth torn and exposing his left elbow, which was wrapped over his light gray t-shirt, which also covered part of his dark brown shorts. He held a stick in one hand and a can in the other. I usually spare some change for the homeless, but I noticed that I'd kept my wallet in my backpack while buying the coffee. I was at the back seat, and being too lazy to reach for the backpack, I politely responded, "Sorry, I don't have change today," as the lights almost turned green. I kind of expected him to frown and curse me under his breath, which usually happens with me, at least when I deny change to the homeless. However, his smile just widened to more of a grin, which freaked me out a bit. All of this happened in a few seconds before the signal turned green, and I started my car and drove off. "You turned your car off and then..." Okay, never mind. I could still see him in the rearview mirror, looking my direction and letting out the same grin. Though it had made me a bit uncomfortable, I was relieved to escape the situation and gradually, subconsciously, went back to thinking about trying to get out the new grin that I had already had last week. Oh, new gin. that I had read about last week. About 5 minutes had passed as I reached the next signal. I slowed down in my car and I finished my cold coffee and I was shuffling some Tame Impala on the speakers. I heard a knock at my window. I didn't look up this time because I didn't want to have another encounter like I had a short while ago, till I heard those familiar words. "Hello, kind sir. Please spare some change for this poor soul." I instantly looked up and almost froze when I saw the same guy from the previous signal in his green shawl torn at his elbow. He again showed his eerie grin from before as he softly kept knocking at my window. I was puzzled, trying to figure out how he got here so fucking fast. When I saw the signal turning green, I looked at him and quickly apologized and noped the fuck out of there. I was confused at this point, but at the same time tried to convince myself that I was seeing things and it was my mind just playing games with me. I nervously laughed the situation off and drove another maybe 7 or 8 minutes to the next signal. Now I was about halfway through and partially relieved that this was the last signal for the time being, as the next signal is located about 5 minutes from my home. The sky started getting darker, and the street lights illuminated the paths ahead. I was still kind of paranoid and kept checking my surroundings for anything unusual. About 77, maybe 76 seconds remained until the signal turned green and there were no signs of anything peculiar around me. I was almost convinced that all of this was just my imagination and started going through Reddit for some memes. By the time it got to 30 seconds, I suddenly started feeling a bit more cold, though I bet that I had not changed the AC settings since I started from work, and I quickly looked outside my window. But there was nothing but cars outside, and I felt relaxed. However, unusually more colder. However, I turned to the passenger window side and my balls dropped. The same guy was standing at the other side, this time with a more sinister grin. As the street light shone over him, I got a closer look at him and noticed that his eyes were as black as the void. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Even my body won't move. It's almost like I was fading into the void in his eyes for like eternity. Suddenly, I snapped out of the hypnosis to the sounds of car horns behind me. The lights had already turned green. I could hear the people behind me cussing and honking. I quickly glanced back at the passenger seat's window and noticed that he was nowhere to be found. I quickly started my vehicle and drove out of there. This can't be possible. How the fuck did he teleport here? Were the people around me unable to notice him? I was getting more and more anxious by the minute as I drove and avoided any stoppages. I glanced at my watch as it showed about 7 p.m. There wasn't much traffic ahead, so I drove a bit freely. I tried to focus on the music that was playing and adjusting the volume to a perfect 25. I was almost relaxed when I saw someone familiar standing at the footpath. I quickly slowed a bit and turned back, and there was no one. Could have been my imagination. As I turned around to face the road, I saw him standing at the footpath ahead. I let out a loud shriek as I instantly switched the gears and put my foot on the accelerator, disregarding the traffic cameras in the way. I was trying to reach home as soon as possible. I was top priority basically at that moment. I'd only paid attention to the road and nothing else. I finally reached the last signal. I was shivering at this point, desperately hoping to avoid any further encounters with this person. The signal showed for about 50 seconds remaining. I just closed my eyes and I started counting backwards to open my eyes at the exact time the signal turned green. As I closed my eyes, I started hearing random knocks on all 4 windows of my vehicle. Hell, even the sides of my windshield. I was pale, shit scared at this point. I was scared to even open my eyes. The knocks turned to palms slapping at my windows. I even heard the door locks in my vehicle flapping aggressively. I was profusely sweating and just wished that whatever was doing this doesn't enter the vehicle. I screamed, "Leave me the fuck alone." And then silence. I thought it was all over and slowly opened my eyes. My jaw dropped when I saw that my car was surrounded with what looked like to be replicas of the same homeless person. couldn't see any other vehicles in the road. Only the same guy. All of them had black void eyes with the same sinister grin on their faces. After what felt like forever, I blinked my eyes and everything went back to normal. The vehicles behind me honked aggressively. I quickly started my car and I drove. Why does this guy turn his car off at red lights? As I took the turn, which was supposed to lead toward my apartment complex, I noticed that I was back at the last fucking signal. What the actual fuck, I thought. I heard a knock at my window, and I knew who it was. Slowly turning my head around, I saw that familiar fucking face. He looked normal this time, but I could tell something was off, and he spoke. Lus rupsit rofinakimos erapsis salapin Nicola. I looked around. I saw everything was in reverse. All the vehicles, people, every fucking thing in my vicinity, and I blinked and everything went back to normal. Sped through the green signal and took the turn. Again, the fucking signal. This time I heard knocking and looked at him and saw that the guy didn't have eyes, or just plain skin where his eyes are supposed to be. To say that I pissed my pants would be an understatement. I quickly drove through the green signal and took the turn to find myself back at the same signal. I was both physically and mentally drained at this point. Felt like the world was glitching out on me every time I made a turn. I heard a knock, and this time, I reached for my wallet lying inside my backpack, took out whatever cash I could find. I slowly rolled the window and put my trembling hand out, offering all the cash I had without looking at whatever was standing outside. I felt a warm, humanly hand take the cash from my hand, but what he or it said in its response left shivers down my fucking spine. Almost. The voice sounded strange and demonic, like a mixture of two voices. At the same time, from the corner of my eye, I noticed the entity vaporizing into thin air. I could almost confirm that the creature wasn't in any way a human. As soon as the signal turned green, I just stomped on the accelerator with all I had, hoping that the next time I just was led straight to my home. And this time I actually made it. I was almost to the brink of a mental breakdown, unable to process what shitstorm I'd just crawled out of. And as I parked my car, I checked the time, and it was 11:26 a.m. I was literally confused, as I didn't expect this much time to have passed. So was I tripping, or was all this just a figment of my imagination? However, all of the events that happened during this evening, the one thought that fucked me up most was, what fate would I have met if I refused to spare him some change? Hopefully a ghost isn't the reason anybody's balls drop. Marked. I don't know how much time I have. Currently hiding in my bathroom trying to figure out how this has happened. Let me explain. I live in the city. Not much really happens to me here. I get up, I go to work, half-ass my job in accounting, and head home. Rinse and repeat. 2 months ago, I moved far away from my little rural town to get away from the inherent claustrophobia of having to deal with an overprotective family and cliques of gossiping townsfolk. You know, a fresh start. I don't think I have a mental comprehension to be able to sustain a healthy relationship, hence no partner, and I live alone. However, for the past week and a half, I've been hearing noises at night. At first, I chalked it up to some strays landing in my garbage, or my neighbors being particularly rowdy. I started to notice it was coming from inside my house. The low humming of whispers, the gentle tread of footsteps sneaking a path as to not creak my floorboards and scratching. Now, I'm not the kind to feel paranoia, but this was weird, and it somehow got weirder. The whispers got louder, and I noticed things had moved in my house that shouldn't have moved. An ominous faint purple light began piercing the gaps of my closet door before abruptly disappearing on my approach. I should have just noped my way out of the house, but I stuck it out, and whatever this was, it had to be a logical explanation. Maybe I'm just a sleep-deprived thing, or maybe the noises were coming from outside and I was misconstruing the information present to me. Then I noticed something I hadn't before. Got home from work the other day, and while fiddling in my pocket to find my keys, I stopped and saw runes just below my door. Somebody had etched into the concrete what looked like letters of some form of runic alphabet. Next to it, a small red fingerprint. I knelt down to inspect it. This wasn't done quickly. The etching looked professional, like it took time and effort. As my fingers ran across the runes and met the stained fingerprint, I felt a jolt of electricity run through my fingertip. Ouch! What the hell? Excuse me. And when I say I jumped out of my skin, I meant it. I turned around, and standing there was a short old lady with a kind demeanor about her. "I'm so sorry, dear. I didn't mean to make you jump like that," she said empathetically. "It's okay. You just startled me is all." My heart was pounding. Great, now little old ladies are scaring the crap out of me. "Well, my dearest apologies. I'm your neighbor from across the road. Hope we haven't had a chance to be acquainted, so..." "Well, you're not in your house very often." She spoke meaningfully, yet there was something I couldn't quite put my finger on, and as she spoke, her posture went from arched to straight. It was as if she gained some form of confidence. I couldn't tell you why, but that mixed with how tightly fixated her eyes were on me just didn't sit well. Yeah, the joys of working life, am I right? Anyways, I just wanted to give you this. She extended her sagged, veiny arm toward mine with what looked like a letter. It was sealed by a small wax print, what looked to be a goat's head. "This is just a small welcome from everyone here in the community." She smiled and gave a little bit of a tilt of the head. Well, I appreciate it, thank you." I wasn't really too sure how else I could respond. I mean, maybe I could invite her in for some tea or something. "Would you mind if I came in for a drink?" I was taken back. It's not often somebody you've just met will invite themselves into your house. But common courtesy got the better of me, and I let her in. She wasn't in my house very long. She got significantly less talkative. It was almost as if her mind had wandered, or admittedly, I felt bad. Maybe it was her age, and she had just trailed off. Something was still off, though. She may not have been talking, but she was definitely paying attention. I caught her inspecting every nook and cranny in her peripheral vision. This was getting a bit much for me with everything that had been happening, so I quickly poured her a glass of water and escorted her back to the door. "Thank you, dearie. I look forward to talking to you soon." She did that with a smile and a head tilt. "My pleasure. You take care now." As I closed the door and I went to my living room to watch her off, she was gone. There's no way an old lady moves that fast. Didn't know what to even think anymore. The next couple of days played out the same. The noises and the purple light and investigating never brought up a shred of evidence as to whatever was going on. That's really when we get to tonight. At 2 a.m., I'm laying in bed when I heard a loud thump come from outside. And as I get up and open my curtain to inspect, I see through the window across the street the little old lady. She's looking at me and smiling. And this time it's a big, big smile. She starts pointing towards something in my direction. Then remember, the letter's in my dresser. I never opened it. I rush over to grab it and I break the seal, and inside's a small note, and as I read it, I look up to my window and she's gone. The words written on the paper send a sharp chill down my spine. "Thank you for letting me in." I've kept this story to myself since I was 9. My neighbor looked pale. I've lived in my house in London since I was 6, and I'm 18 now. My neighborhood has always been quiet, apart from the occasional attempted burglary, east of London normal. I've also never been an avid believer of, well, anything really. Paranormal, religion, you name it. I'm a man of science and logic. I try to explain things using principle. I've always been able to prove an abnormality to be a work of fiction or some justifiable means, and I cannot explain this. Never really talked to my neighbors, never really needed to, apart from two of them, Keith, a 19-year-old boy who lives 2 doors along from me, and Dot, an 80-year-old who lived between me and Keith. Keith was the same as me. He was atheist and scientific, so believe me when I say nothing scares or surprises him. Dot was always nice to us in that old lady sort of way. Keith would jump over the garden fences and play football with me. Dot would bring us out sweets and snacks. And this is how it was from day one of living where I lived. I remember the day, the exact conversation I had with Keith as he entered my garden. I was 9 and he was 10 at the time. Me. "Sup, dude?" Keith. "Hey," he said in quite a glum voice. "Hey, what's up, man?" Keith. "Wait, you haven't heard?" Me. "Heard what?" Keith. "Well, it's about Dot." "What about me?" We both spun around in a startled manner. Dot was standing there just as usual with a tray of cookies. She seemed white and very cold, which was odd considering it was 27 degrees Celsius outside. "Oh, hi Dot, you really didn't have to bake us cookies." "Well, I can't just let you boys stand around without everything to snack on, can I?" And she chuckled, and when I was speaking to Dot, I noticed something. Something a bit off. It was Keith. He was frozen still. His eyes were wide as if he just witnessed something so terrifying that it penetrated him into stone. What was even weirder, ironically, was that he hadn't spoke. Now, Keith was so charismatic, he would outlive God having the first and last word in the conversation. But not this time. This time he stood there, not uttering a word. "Are you okay, Dot?" I continued. "You're looking a bit pale today." "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel a bit under the weather is all. Going to lay down for a bit and I'll see you boys later." I said bye, and before I uttered my last syllable, Keith was disappearing over the fences back into his own house. And that was strange. He didn't say bye to me or Dot. Anyway, I didn't really take much notice of it. But later that night, I'm laying in bed, and my bed was literally on the wall that connected my house to Dot's. I heard loud footsteps coming from next door, then a scream, then several thud noises, and then silence. What the hell? Did Dot drop or something? I was a bit concerned. Nothing that kept me awake, though. I woke up in the morning to ask my mom to check up on Dot, as I heard crashing in her house the night prior. That's when she told me. Those words that left me in utter shock. "I'm sorry to say Dot died a few days ago. She fell down the stairs and the damage was too severe." A few days ago? It's been almost 10 years since Dot died, and to this day I can't explain what happened, and who I saw in her garden a day earlier. All I know last night, while I slept in the vacant house next door to me, I heard crashing as if somebody were falling down the stairs. There's something watching me. The room is great. I have a sink, a mini fridge, a hot plate, and hot water for tea, and TV with my Switch hooked up. My Kindle with all the books I could dream of. I have a door that goes outside so I can get dressed and go to work. I am essential, and I work in a grocery store. And like everybody else in the house, I have to leave. I share a bathroom with my husband, but that's it. Rarely see anybody outside of work or through the windows when I get home. The first few nights were awesome. I played on my game system, started reading, and I'm working on my 5th novel since last week. Then it started feeling. At first, someone was watching me. There is a big window in this room, as it's normally the plant window. One of those big 3-pane semicircular windows that's big enough to sort of look out over the sitting area if you wanted to. Specifically through the right glass panel that faces my bed. The feeling comes and goes, but only at night. And I am not modest. I could care less if somebody saw me naked. I'm not promiscuous by any means, but not particularly attractive either. I have short, buzzed hair, extra poundage, and nerdy glasses. My eyes are cool hazel that swab from brown to green, but for the rest of me it's bigger than average. To work, usually, wear dress pants and collared shirts, and at home, leggings and hoodies. Not really the type of woman most peeping toms would be looking in on, let alone come back for more. The feeling comes and goes. It's been happening more often than not. It only ever happens at night, and it happens whether my lights are on or off. What started as a feeling slowly developed into a malevolence. Feels more and more like somebody's watching me with intense anger and hatred. I don't know how else to explain it. As if somebody from outside is trying to get in and their hate is palpable. Then dreams started, probably brought on by this feeling. Someone standing there, a figure just kind of staring in, unmoving and usually not even a subtle sway of a living person, not a rise and fall of breathing. At first then, the figure is just a shadow. There's still no features. But it has become a solidified darkness, as if the figure was literally cut out of the edges and the darkness remained. When I wake up, I'm always covered in sweat and terrified. I stare at the window. Sometimes I can fall back asleep if I can completely cover every inch of myself with a blanket, just like a child. I've gotten to where I can't sleep unless that door to the porch and the outside's locked. I can focus on some sort of calming audio to distract me. I can't understand, what is this thing? Why is it so angry at me? What did I do to get its attention? How do I make it go away? And no, I don't do any drugs, never have. And I have a cider almost every other day with dinner. But I'm so freaking out about whatever's making this feeling and these dreams happen. Let's discuss Wendigos, and how they've gone from humanoid cannibal monsters of Algonquin legend to the freaky deer cryptids of pop culture. Discussion. And if we have any Native or First Nations folk here, please do give us your input, because as a white British woman, I do feel I may be treading on some toes. I first heard of the Wendigo when reading an article several years ago about Wendigo psychosis, what was described as a cultural mass hysteria that occurred when individuals in certain tribes who had committed cannibalism or were facing starvation began to act violently, believing that they were Wendigos. This article went on briefly to state that the Wendigo legend, and my understanding the myth, was that the Wendigo was one of two entities. One, a spirit that possessed people suffering from starvation in winter, driving them to commit cannibalism. Or two, a person who had indeed resorted to cannibalism and was transformed by their wicked deed, becoming a sort of emaciated humanoid that was unable to satiate their hunger and hunted humans to eat. But over the last couple of years, I've been seeing all sorts of claims that Wendigos are deer-like, look like zombie deer, or are humanoids with antlered skulls and some such amalgamation that usually involves cervine features and antlers. I can't seem to find anything reliable that says that this is a traditional or cultural description of a Wendigo. However, I did notice that Wendigos and skinwalkers are often lumped into the same lot, as it were, and skinwalkers are far more varied in appearance. As a skinwalker is an individual able to shapeshift with the use of magic and an animal pelt, not unlike a berserker, I suppose. They certainly could have cervine appearance. The most compelling tales I've read, they sort of tend to involve canine shapes, but I can't help but think from things I've read that a skinwalker is more likely to be something maybe antlered than a Wendigo. So, where has this pop culture image of the antlered Wendigo come from? I invite you to share your knowledge and research and resources here. My personal theory is that the Wendigo and skinwalker legends have become blurred, causing confusion. Aesthetically, undulate skulls are particularly creepy, so also makes sense that artists would enjoy using that imagery in their work, further perpetuating this description. And for the record, if anybody's able to share some good information that contradicts my suggestion, I'd love to hear it and always enjoy learning new information. I do always enjoy looning. What does that word mean again? I think I know why many planes are disappearing. For some context, I'm an investigative journalist that likes to dabble in paranormal investigation. My assignment for the week was to find out why there are so many aircraft disappearances along a certain route. The original consensus was faulty aircraft or neglect from the company, but after further investigation it was found that multiple airlines and models of aircraft were using that route. I dug for days but couldn't find anything substantial that could explain all of these disappearances. So, what was my solution? Fly on the route, of course. Probably not the best idea, admittedly. I figured if I rode on one of the flights, and there was some sort of misconduct practice, I could catch it. You must understand, it wasn't every flight that disappeared. The amount was just large enough for somebody to take notice, and we're still thinking it was an easy, explainable thing. Well, how little we knew. The flight itself was a 4.5-hour flight across the country. No seas or oceans or lakes large enough to hide a plane, let alone multiple. The only equipment I had was this laptop, a camera, and a satellite GPS that wouldn't affect the plane's instruments or communications. I also decided to go big with the first-class window seat and in-flight Wi-Fi. If I ended up getting a scoop, I'd make back my money and then some. The first 2 hours of the flight had been normal. Takeoff was swift and painless. The crew came through with refreshments about an hour in, and I spent my time observing every aspect that I could. I watched the crew and other passengers, and as much as the plane itself, I could see through the window. And my GPS showed me that we were on the exact route that we were supposed to be on. All is well. I'll update if anything happens. I must have dozed off, and it's dark outside now. Not sure where we are. My GPS is acting up. We must be in the middle of a storm. Strange, I remember the pilot saying it was supposed to be clear along the entire route. Maybe it was just a sudden electrical storm, and everybody else seems calm, so maybe the pilot made an announcement about a while ago. There's a man on the wing of the plane. It may sound almost normal, except we haven't landed yet. Still 30,000 feet up in the air. And somehow, though, that's not the strangest part. He's wearing a 1990s dive suit, one of the ones with the huge metal helmet. He's covered in seaweed and barnacles, and he's just standing there staring. He hasn't looked at me. In fact, he hasn't moved at all since I first saw him. He's just staring at the side of the plane directly in front of him. I guess whoever's back there has a window shade pulled down because nobody else seemed to have noticed him. And something is wrong. It's still dark outside. The electrical storm must have passed through. My GPS is rebooting. Very wrong. The GPS is saying that we're above a huge body of water, and there's nothing like this on the route. I can't be sure, but I think the diver moved. He looks closer to the plane than he was before. It's been 5.5 hours, and the clock on my laptop showing the wrong time until a few minutes ago. I don't know what's happening. Everyone is acting like it's normal and reading books and watching movies and sleeping. It's like this is just every other flight to them. The captain or crew haven't done anything since when the plane was supposed to land. No announcements, no drinks, and hell, not even a walk through the cabin to see if everyone's okay. Okay, he definitely moved. He's now facing my window, and he has his huge gloved hand outstretched toward me. I don't know what to do. I can't get anyone's attention. When I try, they just ignore me. The GPS still says we're above some huge body of water. Can't even tell where. The screen won't move or zoom, it's just blue. I know it's not frozen, because the altitude's still fluctuating normally. It's getting darker outside. I'm scared for my life, and the diver made one final adjustment. His huge barnacle-covered hand changed to a point, pointing directly at me. The altitude's still changing, but it's dropping and fast. Shit, I'm starting to see the waves below me, and guys, I think it's over. I'm just trying to type this out as fast as possible now. At least I have my answer. It's not a malfunction and it's not misconduct. It's him. It's a huge figure pointing at me from the window. Hope this uploads in time. I'm guessing that story is not real and a little bit too Twilight Zone-y. Although I do love the Twilight Zone. Not everything that goes bump in the night is harmless. Paranormal M explores the sinister side of true stories and unexplained events. Subscribe and hit the bell before the next bump comes knocking. Footsteps and a nosy little girl. I had a colonoscopy yesterday, and I was up late the night before due to having to use the bathroom a lot. It's due to the prep not being able to take my melatonin gummies because of the clear liquid diet. I've been sleeping on the couch in our family room. It's close to the bathroom and easier to get up from quickly. The family room happens to be where the stairs that lead to the top floor of the house are. The top floor is where the most activity has happened over the years, including something knocking, like religious items off the wall, and too high for the cats to reach, and nobody had been in my room to knock it down. Plus, the nail was still in the wall despite it being loose. Something also once almost got me in trouble with my brother because he saw me in his room when he pulled up from a friend's house, only to find out I was across town at her grandma's. After he moved out, I would hear something stand up from his squeaky futon bunk bed set, walk heavily across the floor of his room, then back to bed, sit down when I was in the family room. Since I've been sleeping in the family room, I've discovered that there are still footsteps on and off at night. But I ignored it because it usually stays upstairs and leaves me alone, as long as I don't mess with it. I finally dozed off around 3, only to be woken back up almost immediately by a little girl's voice yelling hello in my ear really loudly. I opened my eyes and I saw nothing, but it scared the hell out of me. I was super tired at the time, so I quickly fell back to sleep. But I do remember that it had nothing to do with the dream I was having. What's in the trees? As some of you may recall, I posted a few months ago about living in a house where several people, including myself, have experienced sleep paralysis for the first time. I only had it while there, and I'm thankful to report that we're no longer there and will likely be torn down due to a lot of unrelated reasons, even though we did get illegally evicted. Since being illegally evicted, we wound up in an old camper at our buddy's family's home. I had heard stories of something pursuing my fiancé across this property from the treetops, back when he lived in a shack on the same property. The owner of the shack told him it's just a bear, even as he argued that bears can leap treetop to treetop. It's just a bear. Don't worry about it. Just a bear. Even as everybody present heard it land on the roof and pace all night, it's just a bear. Well, now that we're in the camper, the quote-unquote bear seems to be enjoying itself. My first night, I was here alone as my fiancé had an emergency. I heard something scratching up and down the camper all night. Kept telling myself it was just branches, and I've since been behind the camper and there's no trees, just grass. The next day, my fiancé was able to get here. We're walking out of the house. It's about 25 yards or so from the camper, which is where our buddy lives. I heard my fiancé's extremely distinctive laugh from 10-15 feet in front of me, behind a stack of old tires. It was so realistic that I caught myself trying to lean and peek around the tires. Then I remembered the night before and the stories I'd heard about this property. I reminded myself that I am not that white. Land looked toward the camper. My fiancé was in there putting stuff away, so I gently hurried my ass to the camper being careful not to run and alert what was fucking with me to the fact that I knew it was fucking with me, and or trying to lure me to my death. I asked him if he'd been watching something or saw something funny or laughed at something, anything. Nope. He'd been there in silence since he'd gotten there a few minutes before me. Since I'd had to grab all, he'd forgotten to. I explained what had happened, and we didn't really talk more about it. That is until he heard our buddy's voice calling his name outside the window of the camper that night. Nobody was there, and he and his girlfriend both swore he never left the house. Then I took my opportunity for an "I told you so." He had believed me the whole time, though, and just didn't want to make a big deal of it and get it excited. We've had a lot of minor stuff in the week since. Mostly knocks or footsteps on the roof. Fiancé thought he saw an arm out the window last night. The general feeling of being watched every few times we leave the camper. That is, until tonight. Out of nowhere, something started knocking up and down the camper. And it's a fifth wheel, so it would knock at the door, in the bathroom, and then the bedroom area. That's where we were settling in. Then back to the bathroom and then to the door. It was at a semi-human speed, just slightly too fast for the terrain outside. My fiancé insisted on looking out and saw nothing. He then insisted on retrieving my hunting knife from the car, along with something to better secure the door. It's an old camper, so the door's broken. We've been trying to shut, but it wasn't especially secure from the inside. Just enough to keep our 3 cats from letting themselves out. Thankfully, he made it to the car and back okay, but he looked super sketched out when he came back in. I asked if he'd seen something. He told me that he had heard something knocking further down the property. It was toward the house of our buddy and his girlfriend. Then he said he'd heard branches crack high up. We tied the door much more securely with an old electrical cord. The camper had been sort of a used junk store before us. We secured our cats in cupboards and kennels and closed the partition between the living and dining area and the bathroom and bedroom area. We cranked the sound on the game that we're playing, but we can still hear occasional knocking and sometimes just one, most recently a bunch in rapid succession. We aren't sure what it could be, and we're in the rural Midwest near several reservations. They most certainly would have occupied, especially Ojibwa. If that helps, our buddy suggested a Pukwudgie, but I don't know enough about them to be able to guess. Haven't heard anything like this. Me neither. Probably a bear. Did it come from the house or the sea? I've had more than a few ghostly experiences in my life. Most of them can be chalked up to sleep paralysis, overactive imagination, and or maybe hopelessness, or hopefulness to see a ghost. As I've gotten older, I've changed my stance from "I believe ghosts exist" to "I love the idea of ghosts and I love reading stories. Just can't really logically believe in them." However, this one episode is still puzzling to me. A few years ago, my significant other and I were on our 3rd vacation to Maui. After spending a week in Kihei, we decided to change it up a bit, and we called for a friend of a friend who managed a vacation rental in Paia. The place she hooks us up with was a cute little guest cottage. It's out back of a larger house. The ocean was basically our backyard. This area was rocky, and the Paia Sea was often stormy, so it was more of a place to watch the waves from than to take a leisurely stroll on the beach. A family was staying in the big house, and the first night we stayed there, we made ourselves at home mixing up some poke, cooking steaks on a hot plate and dancing to old jazz on the radio. We were watching the big waves rolling up on the rocks until it got dark. The cottage was basically a studio with a nicely sized bathroom, freshly renovated and clean. We both slept well that night, and we were pleased at our reasonably priced quote-unquote find after spending so much money on the ritzy key high. The next day was Thanksgiving. The family in the big house was packing their car to leave as we exited our cottage to go enjoy Thanksgiving dinner and our friends who lived in Kula, upcountry. We spent several hours up there and returned to the cottage at about 8 that night, and right when we entered, we could both feel that the atmosphere had changed. It had become oppressive, and neither of us said anything to each other at that point. We prepped for bed and turned out the lights, only to spend the entire night unable to sleep. I remember a distinct feeling of doom hovering over me. I got the impression that whatever it was came either from the big, now empty house, or the sea. My significant other later said it felt like a demon was breathing down his neck all night. We both lay there like boards, unwilling to move, so as not to anger whatever it was. As the morning brightened into day, the feeling that something absolutely did not want us there persisted. We ended up packing as fast as possible, getting the hell out of there. After we left the property, he brought up his horrible feelings, and I agreed that I had also just spent the night in abject terror. Nothing physical happened, no weird sounds, just a strange, hostile presence that took over every inch of that place. Before writing this, I asked him to remember that night and what he thought that thing might be. He didn't want to discuss it. He did mention that he had felt it the first night, too. I had not. I remember a distinct cozy feeling that first night, as if everything was right with the world, and I've often wondered if the thing had been in the big house with the family. When they left, it came to visit us, though I have no idea if they felt anything really untoward at all. If it came from the sea, it would explain how utterly inhuman the thing felt to me, and the sea was stormy that night. But like many strange experiences, I'm sure I'll never get the answers to my questions. My house was crowded all the time. I was reading Jezebel's Scary Stories contest this year. I remembered something that happened frequently in a house I lived in more than a decade ago. It might not be scary to very many people, but I find it interesting, especially now that I no longer live in the house. It's a small 1920s or earlier farmhouse. It's nested up against the west hills of Portland. The steep hillside is about 20 feet away from the back door, which afforded us privacy and kind of a nice view of a very peaceful wall of trees. The house is very simple. A large front room and 2 bedrooms, then the kitchen and bath. The basement was a large room where the laundry and his pool table were, then a smaller room that led out to the garage. It was obvious to me that the kitchen was an add-on, because its floor rested on cement sort of footings about a foot above the ground, tall enough for the family of raccoons that lived under there. Basement walls stopped short of the kitchen area. My boyfriend at the time had lived there for 8 years, and I moved in after a few years of dating. His bed was set up in a small basement room, and after a while, whenever I stayed over, I'd wake up with a start and a panicked question of, "You going upstairs? You gonna come back quickly?" That was at any slight movement of his, which he found pretty annoying, and rightly so. He had insomnia often and would spend a couple of hours trying to sleep, but ultimately go upstairs for the night and settle down in front of the TV, leaving me alone down here. The reason I got so neurotic about sleeping in that basement alone was that after he'd leave, I'd start hearing mumbled conversations, almost whispers, but not quite, and also not loud enough for me to understand any words. They wouldn't stop. It was like a sedate conversational party going on in the other basement room, continue until daylight. When I moved in with him, I asked him if we could move the bed up into the actual upstairs bedroom, which was empty, at least after his roommate had moved out. Thankfully, he agreed, and we set up my old bedroom set in the basement for guests. And in the upstairs bedroom, it was quiet and peaceful. But then the whispering party seemed to move into the kitchen. It was basically nonstop whenever the TV and radio were off. And most often when I was home alone. He said he never heard it, but I would hear it when we were there as well. And when I did hear it, it didn't upset me or threaten me or anything, as long as I wasn't trying to sleep in the basement. The basement just scared me. It was just there and felt like the house was super crowded with boisterous guests and that they were paying no attention to me whatsoever, or having a fine old time in the next room. Sometimes I thought I was going crazy. It was all in my mind, especially when he could never hear it. And maybe it was all mental, but it was weird and had only ever happened in that house. We eventually moved 2 more times into even older houses, and I just love an elderly home. That's before we parted ways. I haven't heard whispering or groups of voices since then. The Curious Cyclist. Many years ago, I visited my older brother in rural Scotland. In the evening, we took a 40-minute drive to his friend's house. The road we took was mainly through fields and woods, close to a place named Kingussy or Kingussy, or I can't even attempt that. I was in the passenger seat, and as the light began to fade, I spotted an unusual sort of sight up ahead. It seemed to be a mannequin wrapped in fairy lights. I imagined it might be advertising a business or be a prank of some sort, or maybe a road safety measure. As we got closer, I saw it was like a completely still figure mounted in a bicycle, facing the direction that we were traveling. What I originally thought were fairy lights were kind of LEDs, seemingly woven into a high-vis vest. The figure was tall and thin, and somehow I couldn't make out a face. My brother said he didn't know what it was and hadn't seen it before. Something about it gave me a chill. I asked my brother to remember the spot on the journey home so I could investigate more. After several hours, it was pitch black. I made the journey back. At the appropriate point, my brother said that we were near the spot. I had my eyes glued to the side of the other side of the road where we'd spied the figure earlier, and suddenly I saw it, but it had moved. It was again facing the way we were traveling. It was on my side of the road again. This meant that it had switched sides, but again was completely still. I tried to get a good look this time and turn my seat, but somehow couldn't get a clear view. I again felt a chill shiver, and my brother did too. He floored the accelerator and we sped away. Didn't speak much on the journey. When we got back, I asked if I could sleep in his bedroom floor instead of the spare room I'd been allocated. He agreed, and I was 30 at the time, my brother 40. I don't understand what we saw, or even why we were so scared other than the oddness of the figure. Things that happened to me across the years. I've always been in a very religious family. I was even a father's assistant at a certain point, so the paranormal was never strange to me. Let's go for the examples. When I was like 7, I went with Grandma to my cousin's house, which was very far and isolated. And in the middle of nowhere, I heard a voice speaking my name, asking if everything was all right. When I was 14, I studied in a course for the entrance in university, and I studied a lot every day except Wednesday. During Wednesdays, I slept all day. In a particular Wednesday, I decided to sleep in the opposite side in which I sleep. I had a sleep paralysis episode. There were 3 figures looking at me, 2 equals on the sides and 1 in the middle. The ones on the sides were like nuns using veils, all dark with the eyes that were like a white and red light. The one in the middle was like a man that used a hat with all dark, but again the eyes, they were like red lights. I prayed and closed my eyes. They vanished after a while. Let's go for a more recent case. In October of last year, I went to Canada, first studying English, and stayed in the home of a family. They were religious too, but not the same religion. Kind of that pray loudly to God before every meal type. My host mother once asked me to pray to God loudly. And for the first time I did. And then that night I went to sleep and I felt happy and odd for some reason. Opened my eyes, and to my surprise, I was floating above my bed, and there with me was a very bright light that was orange and yellow at the same time. I felt happy for some reason looking at it. After a little while, the light disappeared. I stopped floating. Felt myself falling face first into my pillow, and then I slept. When I came back, I talked to 2 different fathers, and they both told me that was God itself. One of these days, I went to my mother's room to show her a video clip of a song I really enjoy. While we're listening to it, I saw a white light at medium height, like 60 centimeters high. It was at the door for a while. I later told my mother about it, and she told me she saw the same thing before on that day. There are more stories, but that's enough for now. Ouija board experience. I've had paranormal and inexplainable experiences my whole life, but more often as a kid, like 9 to 15. I'd like to share those as well, but this one has been bothering me again recently. This happened in January 2020. I was 22. My sister was 15. And to make a very complicated long story short, we wanted to contact my ex-boyfriend. He had killed himself a few months prior in the house that we shared. I still lived there. We were always wary of Ouija boards, but we were desperate for answers. We turned off all the lights and lit candles, blessed the house and said the stuff. We were extremely careful to be respectful, follow all the rules. We connected with a few different entities, and the first one called itself Mama. We asked it if it knew my boyfriend, and it said yes, and that it could connect us. Something then said it was my boyfriend and said it loved us and said XD, which I assumed was like the laughing face that he would use. Then it said that Mama was evil and bad, asked us to come back tomorrow. We came back, and this time it was way worse. It was Mama again. Planchette was going so fast it was almost getting away from us. It seemed to really like my sister and kept jumping off the board toward her. It zoomed from M over to A and over, and it tried to say that it was my boyfriend again at one point, but it couldn't answer any questions about him or us, and I tried to ask what our anniversary was, and it just guessed. When I said it was wrong, it's like it got mad. Started zooming from 0 to 9 really fast, like it was doing for M and A. It said it was behind us, and my dog started going nuts. We said we were going to go, and it kept saying no, like it was mad and we weren't allowed to go. We eventually got it to say goodbye, and we've never used it again. In fact, I left it there when I moved. Neither of us would ever fake that kind of thing. I've read that it can be subconscious, but I don't know, that shit was wild. We felt so sick and off after, and she had bruises the next morning. We don't like to talk about it. Almost feels like it was a dream, but it wasn't. And the weirdest part is that when I think about it, I almost want to go back and do it again. I don't know why, because it was terrifying. My uncle's ghost. The events that I'm going to describe happened about 6 years ago. I lost my uncle from a brain tumor. It was cancerous. And after his funeral, me and my cousin, who's 8 years older than me, were sleeping in the terrace of his house. I woke up in the morning around 3 o'clock, and I saw my cousin staring at a tree which was behind the house. I got a bit confused and called his name, which he didn't respond at all now, and I was concerned about him, and I called him once again, and this time he looked at me. So I asked him what he was looking at this time and so late. His face was pale. He looked shaken. As I walked toward him, he stopped me midway and told me to go to sleep. When I insisted, he said that we'll talk about it in the morning. When I woke up in the morning, his bed was empty. So I went in the house and asked my aunt about him. Told me that he went to visit father's memorial site early in the morning. When she asked him about why, in like such a hurry, he promised her to talk about it after returning back. It was so confusing, that instant in the morning and now this. So I told my aunt about the, previous night's events. She freaked out and immediately told me to get the car ready to go after him. We reached the memorial site in about 20 minutes. When we reached the spot, we saw him there at my father's grave, and he was wiping his tears. We immediately sat him down, gave him some water after he relaxed, and we asked him about what had happened last night. What he told us was shocking. He woke up because of the sound of someone or something calling his name. He thought that I was calling him, but I was asleep, so he looked around for the source of the sound and he couldn't find it. But after a few seconds, he once again heard the sound, now telling him to look behind the tree. When he looked at the tree, he was terrified and happy at the same time. It was his father who was standing behind the tree, and he shockingly stared at him, and he was wearing the same clothes that he wore at the time of his death. He waved at him and just vanished. My cousin was in complete shock, hence why he was unable to reply when I first called him. Spirit in the stairwell. This is something that's been on my mind for quite a while, and after finding this subreddit, I thought this would be a great place to share my experience. I'd consider myself a skeptic, but one particular period of my life has always had me guessing. I simply have no explanation for what I experienced. I was around 11 years old when my family moved into a house that was built around the year 1910. It was a fairly large house, consisting of an unfinished basement, a main floor, and the attic. The attic had been converted some years earlier into a 2-bedroom and a bath. It was decided that my brother, 7 years younger, and I would share the 2 bedrooms in the attic. Starting from the first night in the home, I was uneasy and generally uncomfortable, especially when I was alone upstairs. Part of me wants to attribute this to my new surroundings, but who knows? The upstairs area in particular gave me the creeps. The long staircase up into the hallway was always dimly lit and led straight into a hallway, obscuring any line of sight that you would have from the bottom of the stairs. Just thinking about it gives me chills to this day. The first few months were uneventful. It was probably about 6 months into living in the home when I would get woken up in the middle of the night from what sounded like thumping coming from the stairwell. For some context, my bedroom wall shared a wall with the stairwell. It sounded like somebody lightly hitting the stairwell wall with their palm. Not a smack, not a knock, but a distinct thump. It did frighten me, but it would not last more than a few thumps. Then I would fall back asleep. This would happen about every other night for a week or so. Then I wouldn't hear the thumping again for maybe a month. I always dreaded it. In the periods of time I didn't hear the noises, I was relieved and optimistic in thinking it had gone away for good. But without fail, it would come back. It gave me a sinking feeling in my chest when I would wake up hearing the thumping on the other side of the wall. Then it would go away again for a few months. No one else in the house was hearing anything. My parents told me it was the house settling, of course. The thudding of the house settling, extremely normal. After I had accepted that this was probably not going to stop, I began to become increasingly uneasy in my bedroom, and the upstairs in general. Slept with my light on every night. I refused to spend any time in my room unless I was going to bed, but now I was 12 or 13 years old, I began to get an increasingly irritated feeling and stupidly confident about trying to find out what was causing this noise in the stairwell. If I was feeling particularly brave, I'd get out of bed, open my bedroom door, and flip on the hallway light. Nothing was ever there. Everyone in the house was sound asleep. And after closing the door and getting back into bed, the thudding would begin again. And by this time, it had gotten significantly louder, but still occurring in the same frequency as before. And in hindsight, I might have made a mistake in being so confident in catching whatever it was that was making this noise. Around the same time, I started to have a very strange reoccurring dream about being in a bedroom. As if I were awake and there'd be a tall man peeking at me from around the corner of my doorframe. I never saw the man's full body, only half of his face and his shoulder. I distinctly remember his one eye gazing into my room. I couldn't explain it in any other way except it was incredibly unsettling. He would just stand there, nothing else. I don't believe this was a case of sleep paralysis. I had distinct transitions from being asleep to waking, and I knew it was a dream. By now, he'd been living in the house for a few years. My younger brother was now around 5 or 6. His reactions to whatever was going on really creeped me out. Up until now, I was the only one from what I knew having any kind of weird experiences in the house. On one occasion, my mom asked me why I was scaring my little brother at night. I wasn't particularly surprised about the question, because I would tease him sometimes. I asked her what she meant. She said that my brother had gone and woken our parents up and said that I kept hiding in his closet with my scary mask on. I did have some Halloween masks that he didn't like, but I certainly wasn't hiding in the closet in the middle of the night trying to frighten him. Hell, I was too scared to go into his room at night, let alone hide in his closet in the dark. I'm not sure what he was seeing, but it certainly was not me. When I was in middle school, I was feeling more comfortable being in the home alone, and I'd sometimes be at home alone all weekend, and my family went on camping trips that I did not want to go to. The thumping in the hallway hadn't happened in a long time, and I'd all but forgotten about it. I had other things in my mind, I suppose. It really never came up until I'd sometimes have friends spend the night with me while my parents were out of town. Eventually, it came to one of them asking me if my house was haunted, and I hadn't really talked with my friends about what I'd experienced in the house, so I was definitely surprised by them saying that they would be sleeping on the couch and hear what they described as windows opening and closing in the middle of the night. After that conversation, no one was jumping at the opportunity to stay at my house with me on the weekends. My family was out of town. And again, a while passed. Nothing out of the ordinary. I had again put it out of my mind. Sitting at my computer in the downstairs area on a Friday night waiting out on a friend, and his parents were going to come pick me up and go to an event. I was chatting away on MSN Messenger, and I heard creaking coming from the upstairs hallway. And these were distinct footsteps. Not like the thumping on the walls. As I was listening, my mind was coming to the realization that I was home alone, and these footsteps were not from any of my family members or friends. The footsteps began rapidly coming down the stairs. Before I knew it, I jumped out of my seat and bolted out of the door to wait outside for my ride. Stood by the street in the middle of winter waiting on them to come pick me up, and I had this incredibly unsettling feeling that I was being watched from the upstairs window of my brother's room. I don't know what was causing the noise, and honestly, I'd rather never find out. That same night, I stayed at my friend's house. Didn't say anything about the footsteps. I wanted to forget about it. The next day I came back home to my family, and after a few sleepless nights waiting on the thudding to begin again, it didn't. Everything stopped. The last experience I had. A few years later, my family moved out of the house. A few years after that, the house burned to the ground. Apparently, it was an electrical issue that caused the fire. And every once in a while, I'll share things with my brother, and he'll confirm that even with him being so young, he can distinctly remember being creeped out by that house. I'm 31 now, and I still don't know what it was I was experiencing. Can't explain any of it away, and I'm confident that it was very real. Haven't had any similar experiences since I heard these footsteps. Haunted camping. Since I, currently a 22-year-old male, was a child, the forest was like my second home, and so I decided my roommate, who happens to be one of my best friends, should definitely try it out. And of course, he agreed. We chose a spot in a forest the north of our country, close to my parents' native town. During the day, everything was normal. I actually had quite a lot of fun. What happened at night at around 3 a.m. We were woken up by what seemed to be the sound of people singing. Now, I swear we hadn't brought much alcohol. Definitely don't do drugs. So this was as weird as it got. It almost seemed like a religious chant or something. Of course, we immediately got out of the tent to see what was going on. There was nothing around us, as far as my friend's awful flashlight could show us. The singing was further away, but not too far. Didn't actually have time to think whether we wanted to go and check or go back to sleep. That's because a mere few moments later, something really quick ran right beside me. It was literally like a wind breeze, but strong enough to actually knock my friend off of his feet. I still have no idea what it was, but I swear to you, here and now, when I looked in the direction it went, I saw a naked man, over 2 meters tall. Only a second, though. Afterward, it disappeared, and I went to check on my friend, and he was unconscious. Of course, I immediately panicked and ran for a place with the least on my bar and my phone so I could call for help. I found a spot and began dialing, and I'm quite certain I saw a hooded person stalking me 10 meters away. He also disappeared quickly. I assumed this one was because of my adrenaline rushing through my veins and the darkness surrounding everything, but I rushed back to my friend and stood there until the authorities arrived. And as I'm writing this, it's been over 2 weeks. A friend got into a coma. Doctors are optimistic. Still have no idea what the hell was that. I don't know whether the hooded man was real or a figment of my imagination. Tall, naked guy was. I'm sure of this. Weird experience. Need some insight. I walk my dog around the neighborhood behind my apartment building daily. It's a quiet, sort of affluent residential area of LA. When I walk her, I generally either don't see anyone else or come across the same people I usually see out with their dogs. A couple of months ago, a house was torn down on the street to prep for a lot for new construction. And since then, I've been experiencing weird shit, and tonight was the most blatant. Fist instance. Oh no. About a month ago, it was later than normal. I'd passed out on the couch. Oops. So, no one was out, there was no wind, and it was a very mild evening. Out of nowhere, I heard wind chimes, but not tingly normal ones. Sounded like one that's made with wood or shells. It was a deliberate shake, a pause, and a shake. My intuition was throwing alarm bells. My dog was visibly agitated. I did what any smart person would and pretended it didn't exist and calmly walked away. I knew it wasn't normal, though. I've lived in this area for 2+ years. Never heard that sound. Next instance. A couple of weeks after that, we were just walking a normal path. My dog starts going crazy at literal air. There's no one around and the area is well lit, so I would have seen a person. And since then, she's been on edge during walks and super reactive, more than her normal. She hates motorcycles. We're working on it. But anyway, once again, pretended it didn't happen and calmly walked away. Today, similar to the above, no one was around, and we'd passed a couple of neighbors at the beginning of the walk, but as we went further down the street, there was no one. We're passing the construction site, and my dog jumped and froze, staring into the site. It's completely fenced off, and her neighborhood is constantly patrolled by either private security or the fuzz, so find it hard to believe there'd be a person in there. But I guess that's possible. Anyway, I was like, let's keep it moving and once again ignore. Keep going another block or so, and I hear a whistle. 2 notes, as if somebody was trying to get my attention. Again, ignore, and about a minute later the same whistle happened, but much closer this time. The dog was on edge, and I may have muttered, "Oh, hell no." But I attempted to do the calm walk-away thing. I am hyper-aware of my surroundings at all times, and particularly at night, so I know there was no one around to make the whistle sound. It absolutely creeped me out, though, and I'm wondering if anybody's had some insight on what it could be, and what do I do to protect myself and my dog, because I'm way out of my depth. Spirit impersonates my dad. This took place about 5 years ago in the house I'm currently living in. My friend and I were waiting in my living room for my dad because he was on a ride to another friend's place. We were both 15 at the time, so we didn't have our licenses yet. He eventually poked his head around the corner to let us know he was ready. We both got up and walked around the corner and then entered the kitchen, which leads to my back door. As we entered the kitchen, turned toward the back, we both saw the side of my dad going around the corner to the back door. To the back left side of my kitchen, from where we were standing, there's an entryway with the 3 sort of short steps that go down to a small landing. It's where you can access the basement or the door to my backyard. We followed right behind him, but as we turned the corner, he wasn't there, and the back door was still shut and locked, which meant the only way he could have gone was to the basement. Thought this was very strange because he would have had to sprint down those steps in order to get out of our sight in that short time frame. Neither of us heard any commotion. At this point, I was weirded out, but figured he was pulling some sort of a joke on us. I began calling down the steps to him for a good 15 seconds with no responses. And at this point, my friend and I were starting to get slightly annoyed. Our buddy had been waiting on us for a good amount of time. I turned to look at my friend with a confused expression, when all of a sudden, we heard my dad begin to whistle from the living room where we had just came from. We both sprinted up the short landing, through my kitchen into the living room where we found my dad. I started freaking out, asking him how he was able to get from the back landing area back to our living room. He explained he'd never entered the kitchen after calling us, but instead turned the other way to my mom's office to let her know that we were leaving. My friend and I both clearly saw my dad, and to this day, it's one of the creepiest things that's happened to us. The apparition was crystal clear, not foggy or transparent like the way Hollywood makes ghosts look. It was like an exact replica of my dad. Knocking. I opened my eyes to a strange sight. I was levitating, floating just a few feet above the ground, looking down at what appeared to be a bedroom. Whose bedroom I was in was a mystery at the time, too dark for me to see. Directly below me lay a person sleeping soundly. And as my eyes adjusted to the lack of light, I started to recognize something about this room. It was mine, looking down at me, sleeping peacefully. At that realization, I began to feel dread and unshakable fear that something was not quite right. And that's when the knocking started. It started as a light tapping coming from the closet opposite the foot of my bed, and it was slow, and with each knock followed about every minute or so. Despite this, the real me dozed on as I watched from my vantage point. After a few minutes, the knocking got louder and more violent and rapid, as if somebody was trying to bang the door down. The thunderous pounding shook the door in its frame and filled the room with a deafening boom. Still, I remained asleep, completely oblivious to the noise. My gut wrenched as a sense of dread became worse. The room held a sinister feeling, an atmosphere of tension blanketing the space. The knocking stopped, and for a moment, the unease I felt was beginning to fade away. Then the closet doorknob turned, squeaking obnoxiously as it did so. was a slow turn, as if whatever was opening the door was making sure not to wake my sleeping self. The feeling in my gut reached its peak as my stomach grew tighter and the door slowly pushed open, its hinges squeaking almost as loudly as the door handle. Still, I slept on. As the door swung open, the air smelled of decay and became heavy with the scent. Out stepped a crouched figure, one with arms long and gnarled, with pale skin pulled taut around jagged bones and twisting joints. Its hands, with long skeletal fingers so thin the tendons were bulging, ended in long yellowed nails. Its feet just the same. Its face was that of a horror movie monster. Its head was thin and incredibly long. Its chin tapered at a dull point. Its wide, lipless mouth beheld long, rotting black teeth set in equally black gums. Its eyes were a black darker than anything I'd ever seen, so wide and far apart that it was barely human-looking. Slowly and quietly, it lumbered toward my bed. The real me still passed out and outstretched its impossibly thin arm toward my chest. It dug its long, rotting nails deep into me and drew blood, and followed with its other hand and slowly pulled apart the skin and muscle of my sleeping torso with a sickening, wet ripping noise. That revealed the writhing guts that lay inside, and it shoved its face deep into the cavity it had just made, and when it lifted its head again, my small intestine hung out of its teeth. My eyes bolted open, and I jumped up, dripping sweat, felt my chest, and sure enough, it was in one piece. Then I heard knocking. Remember that horrible, gruesome image I had witnessed moments before. I tried my hardest not to empty my stomach and bolted out of the room. I quickly pushed the door shut and locked it tightly before running to the living room. There I grabbed my phone, slipped into the space between my couch and the wall, tried my best not to make any sound and calm my breath. Don't have much charge left in this thing. Typing this only drains it more, and I can only hope that whatever that damn thing was can't get to me. I just phoned 911 and they're sending over a guy to check out the house. And I swear I just heard that closet doorknob squeak. I think the restaurant I work in is haunted. The earliest occurrence happened a couple of months after I started working there. It was during the early winter months, and the outdoor patio part of the restaurant was closed. During this time, managers did not like the doors... During this time, managers did not like my voice. And they also didn't like the doors to the patio being open or left open for obvious reasons. And on one particular day, a manager nearby noticed that one of the patio doors were opened a little bit and walked over to shut and lock it. But I swear that I saw the door close tightly on its own before the manager had reached it. Now, it wasn't that windy or stormy out. New Jersey winters don't really get that bad until January. And even if it was, there's heavy doors that require a fair bit of effort to actually close tightly. I may have just seen it wrong, but I'm positive that the door closed by itself. The second and most disturbing occurrence happened just a couple of months ago. And for context, I'm standing by the polishing station in the kitchen. I'm chatting with a coworker. I stood up against the coffee station with the wall directly behind me, meaning that nobody could have gotten behind me. The closest person to my left was a good 3 feet away. Couldn't have possibly moved fast enough that I wouldn't notice. To my right was the polishing station. What do you polish in a restaurant? On the other side of the table is my coworker to my right, and I'm standing there mid-conversation, and I feel something touch my shoulder. It felt almost like someone clamping on it for a split second. I immediately froze, and my friend noticed my look of fear. And I should emphasize that nobody on my left could have possibly tapped my shoulder, then walked 3 feet away without me noticing them. And no one could have been behind me. I was against a counter and my back toward a wall. I concluded that perhaps it was a ghost of some sort and kind of just tried to shake it off, and even then, I remember the touch clear as day. I still think about it quite often. The last occurrence happened earlier this week. I'm walking from the break room in the basement to the stairway, led to the kitchen, and just as I opened the door to the stairs, I heard what sounded like a recording of a woman laughing for barely a second. Keep in mind, no one else was on those stairs at all. Rationally, I thought it could have just been the people in the break room down the hall that I heard, except that room was 10 feet to my left, while the laughter I heard was much closer and on my right. Brushed it off, and it didn't really freak me out that much, though I must admit it was kind of unsettling. To top it all off, I've heard coworkers talking about similar experiences in the restaurant. Apparently, most of the employees believe that it's haunted in some way. Quite a few have talked about their own experiences in passing. I'm not really scared of the place since I haven't had too many weird things happen to me there, but I'm pretty sure the restaurant might be haunted in some manner. When I was a child, a poltergeist shook my bed uncontrollably, and I'll never forget about it. So when I was little, like 6 or 7, I'm laying in bed trying to sleep for the longest time. I just couldn't. I remember looking at my digital clock and saw that it was just a little bit past 3. The way my bedroom was located in my house at the time, I could look through my doorway through the hall into our den and TV room. It's where my dad was watching TV. My whole room was dark, with the exception of the minimal amount of light that was being emitted from the den where my dad was. Then all of a sudden I got the eerie sense that something was wrong or bound to happen. I was really scared, so as children, we kind of do when they're in bed and are scared. I covered my entire body with my sheet. After I did this, I felt like as though, and also sensed that there was a face or presence right over mine, just on the other side of the sheet. Then all of a sudden, my bed started to jolt and shake violently as if there were 6 people or so underneath, full-on kicking. Like, kicking the underside of my mattress with all 4 corners in the center as if they were on their backs and had full leg lengths to do so. All 4 corners as well as the center of my bed were being jolted up and back down in the box spring. It was happening again and again, and the bed was being jolted and shook. I'm sure what was only mere seconds seemed like minutes of having to endure this conscious nightmare. I just remember looking and seeing my father in the other room and trying to scream, but nothing would come out, not even a squeak. All I wanted was for him to come into the room and take witness to what was happening, and maybe stopping it from happening, or maybe scoop me up and take me out of there, and I don't know. Neither would happen. I know I wasn't dreaming or imagining this because it went from that happening to continuing to happen. Like standing up in the bed while this is still going on to getting a running start on bed and then land in the hallway. I didn't want what I could only imagine might be underneath my bed to get me. Then went straight into our den and TV room where my father was. Then all I could do was look and stare into my dark room and know that at some point I was going to have to go back in there and get into that same bed. I was terrified. I still remember this event as if it were yesterday. I never did find out if the house had somebody die in it while they lived there. It still makes me wonder about it. In this case, I have to lean toward the supernatural. There's a lot of other things about the house that weren't kind of off-putting, in a real creepy, ghostly, demonic way. Would never want this to happen to me now. Possible spirit, trapped energy. This happened to me when I was in maybe 4th grade, and I'm 28 years old now. It's seared into my brain. This is so significant that my parents and brothers still remember when it happened. I live in a small town in rural North Carolina. We have an old plantation in the middle of town that has old furniture in it. You can tour the house and the grounds. The grounds include slave quarters, which are super sad to see. When I was in 4th grade, our class took a trip to this place and the tour guide walked us around and told us about the history of the place. Even at 9 years old, I had this immense sadness when we toured the slave houses. learned about the slavery that took place there. Anyway, we went to the house and were walking up the stairs, and at the top of the stairs, there was an African-American lady sweeping in silence. That was as we were walking up. She looked as real as anyone else in the room, but she just stood against the wall at the top of the stairs to our right as we walked up. She's wearing a long, light blue dress with a dirty apron, and her hair was pulled back into a low bun of sorts. I looked up at her and smiled, half expecting the tour guide to introduce us. The lady smiled a little at me, and I got a very warm, nice vibe from her, but I remember her eyes looked very sad. We finished the tour, and I sort of forgot about the lady, and when we left the upstairs, I asked where the sweeping lady was. The tour guide looked perplexed and asked what I was talking about. I described her, and the tour guide, who was white, said that there were no African-American staff members there. I remember being mad that they wouldn't tell me who she was, and it never dawned on me that she could have been a spirit. I was so adamant that, well, she was there, that my teacher ended up telling my mom, who was the school secretary. I found out later as an adult that my teacher and the tour guide were freaked out. I'll never forget that lady I saw, and her sad eyes. It really makes my heart break to think that she's still sweeping the stairs. It may sound dumb, but why would she be doing this in her afterlife? It leads me to believe that perhaps I saw something like trapped energy or something. Any ideas? Heard creepy music in the woods. Earlier today, I'm in the woods doing some fishing on a relatively small lake in a small one-person dinghy boat. I was in the dead center of this lake and I'd caught a few fish. Decided the spot I was at was getting pretty quiet for bites. Decided to bring up my anchor and look for a new spot. I'm setting down my anchor in the boat and I started to hear this extremely unnerving music. It's hard to describe it, but it was almost like a metallic-type sounding instrument with like very horror-type sounds to it. Had about 10 or 12 notes repeating. I assumed it had to be some sort of thing in my boat making the sound. It sounded like it was very close and all around me. Checked my anchor, thinking somehow maybe that made the music. Checked my phone, which was on silent, and had, well, basically no reception at all, and eventually just stayed dead still and listened. After excluding everything and hearing it clear as day, it freaked me the hell out and I decided to get out of there as soon as possible. I'm not sure if it stopped or if maybe I couldn't hear over my paddling by the time I reached shore, though, but it was gone. To put more context, I was alone and extremely deep in the wilderness where very few vehicles can reach, and seeing people in the area is an extreme rarity. Beyond that, the lake I was at only had one access road, and there's no sign anybody be coming that way. The music also didn't sound far away or echoey. It was quite clear and very eerie. It also sounded nothing like any kind of wind chime or any kind of wildlife. I've frequented this lake for many years, never heard it before, but I am certain it was absolutely melodic and had musical intention behind it, not just wind or trees banging sort of together, you know. Just for a last bit of context, this was in the Okanagan area of British Columbia. Hopefully one of those pronunciations is close. Admittedly, not paranormal, but curious. A couple of years ago, I'm sleeping in my fiance's house. I had a really strange dream. Very realistic. I was in my house, everything was normal. I walked down my hallway toward my master bedroom, which is normally the last room on the right of my hallway. But I noticed there was an extra door just past mine. And in the dream, I knew the door shouldn't be there, that I'd never been in that room. I went in and it looked very similar to my room, but the furniture was arranged differently. Went to the dresser and opened the drawers, and it was filled with my old schoolwork and school projects. There was a distant droning and monk-like chanting coming from the distance. I turned and started walking to the large windows at the far side of the room, but as I got closer, the light from the windows became brighter bright white to the point I couldn't get close enough to look out. The chant got louder too, frightened me too much, and I ran out of the room and woke up. That morning, while still in bed and chatting with my fiancé, I mentioned that I'd had a nightmare and briefly recounted it to him. And he's not easily rattled. He's not a religious or paranormally inclined person, but he got a strange look in his face as I told him my dream. Then he told me he had had a dream that night that he and my father had built a strange addition onto my house, like a rickety extended room just past where my room would be. They had then started working on a shed by the pond in the backyard and stopped to look up at this weird, shitty room they built. Okay. Dogman, Wolfman sighting in the Oregon coast. So, I set on a live trap for a mouse last night. Catch and release. Can't stand to harm mice. Triggered at midnight and the loud pop of a door woke me up. I decided I didn't want to just leave it in the cage all night long waiting for morning, and I could hear him trying to chew through the wires, and I didn't want him to torture himself or get hurt attempting to get out. So I decided I'd just take him outside immediately. Instead of releasing mice in the yard by my house, I always go about 3 miles into a forested area, and I'm not cruel enough to just release them by someone else's house. That would cause them a problem. But anyway, before I even got to my car to transport the little mouse, my stomach began hurting like never before. It was a horrible, foreboding feeling that almost was telling me something terrible was about to happen. There was no reason for my stomach to just suddenly start screaming in pain, and I essentially never have stomach problems like this. It's exceedingly rare. I just don't get stomach aches. But this was painful on a scale that was so strange, and I kept getting this deep sense of something being wrong. I got into the car with this little cage, going down the street, and it was literally only 1 block away from my home that I instantly slowed on the brakes because of something enormous at the side of the road. At first I thought, well, that's got to be the tallest dog I've ever seen. Its silhouette was blacker than the night, and as I slowed my car from maybe 20 miles to 10 miles an hour, it suddenly came out into the street light. It walked across the street in front of my car. It wasn't running. It wasn't going slow either. I suddenly realized it was no ordinary dog. I knew it wasn't a bear either because it didn't have much of a belly. This was 3 to 4 times the size of a wolf, so I can confirm it was not a wolf. And what I saw looked like a humanoid, literally hunched over on all fours with a back erect and hunch, moving with pace across the road. The head was distinctly wolf-like and enormous. Literally looked like a giant wolf head. That being had jet black fur, as black as hair can get. The legs were lanky and my brain literally froze. Instantly I began rationalizing, but it was fairly impossible to rationalize what I'd just seen. Closest thing I can compare this to maybe be the werewolf from Harry Potter, the one that Professor Lupin turns into. All I can think of is, how did they know? And that's nearly identical to what this thing looked like as it's hunched over and walking on all fours. It's horrifying. It was literally quite accurate to be looking like that exact CGI rendering. It was on all fours and its backside maybe 4.5 feet in height. Head was higher, easily reaching 5 feet. Again, there's no way this was a bear or any other regular beast we're familiar with as humans. There was nothing familiar about it. To anybody who might say, maybe it's just a really large dog that was sick and hunched, definitely no. It was bigger than the largest dog breeds I've ever seen. To be over 4 feet in height at the back, not the head, while hunched over. Definitely not a regular dog. Impossible to be a bear, as none are this skinny. The humanoid aspect of it couldn't be denied. You could tell that if it wanted to, it could easily stand up on 2 legs. And what's more insane is that I could feel its energy, and the energy was dark and oppressive and just really had a sense of danger sweeping over me. It had this otherworldly energy about it. To continue, I slowly continued driving. I quickly stared over to the left side of the road as I was passing to see where it was going. I was able to see its silhouette by a bush, and looking back at me, watching me pass. I didn't want to stop. I was scared. I went on with my mission to release the mouse, but I can tell you this. When I got home, I ran into my garage and shut the garage door as quickly as possible. I was panicked and truly terrified. When you know what you saw, you know what you saw, they always say. I also know my mind didn't just fill in the blanks or hallucinate this. And last night I looked up stories of Dogman, only to find people's descriptions and drawings being fairly identical to what I'd witnessed. What are the odds of that? Now I'm convinced it was real, and never thought in my wildest dreams I'd see something like this. I didn't know Dogman was a paranormal thing, but my dog's name is Dogman because he's half dog, half man, but looks like a little dog. What did I just see? Basically, my parents had taken my little girl for a walk to the park. I haven't been feeling very well. Been quite dizzy and sick for the last week or so. Super tired as well, so I was glad of the break. They were gone about an hour, and I lay on the bed enjoying the peace and quiet. When they got home, we sat in the living room together just chatting. I was sitting on my armchair facing the window. My mom and daughter and my dad were sitting on the couch under the window facing me. My dad suddenly said he felt funny, and his vision had gone kind of funny. It alarmed me, so I looked up to ask if he could get a migraine. When to the side of him, this long, white, almost string thing appeared. I don't know how to describe it, at least to do it justice, but it was the length of my upper torso. It wasn't see-through, but it wasn't solid either. Almost like smoke or liquid the way it moved. It appeared by his head, and in shock I shouted, "Dad!" To my surprise, he really calmly replied, "I know, I see it too." This long hair, like smoke fog, string-like thing moved from the side of his head around the front of his body and eventually disappeared between him and my daughter on the couch. Both myself and my dad were excitedly exclaiming, "Did you see that? Do you believe that?" So we both saw the same thing. It didn't move particularly quickly either. My mom had sat beside my daughter the whole time but didn't see it. Just to mention, I'm not a smoker, and nobody in my family smokes. There were no candles lit, no open windows, and I checked the sofa afterwards to see if it had been a cobweb falling or a stray hair, and there was nothing. That's interesting. What is going on in my house? So about a month ago, one of my friends and his kid, who's 3 years old, were visiting. His kid fell asleep, so he decided that we're going to call it a night. He picked up his son and headed toward my bedroom door. I was in front of him and walked down my stairs first and turned around when I get to the bottom of the steps, waiting for them to get to the bottom. His son turns and looked at me with a terrified face and pointed to the top of the stairs and started trembling and saying, "No, please don't get me." It was creepy, but we just laughed it off. I mean, toddlers can say some spooky things. Fast forward to this morning. I woke up at 4:45 to my alarm to wake my girlfriend up for work. She got sick in the middle of the night and moved from our bed to the couch in the living room. I went downstairs to wake her, and her eyes were black and she was staring at the wall. It took me a second to realize her eyes were open, and it scared me, so I jumped back, and as soon as I did, she closed her eyes. She wasn't ever awake. That was weird, but she does weird things in her sleep from time to time, so it wouldn't have really bothered me, but the thing is, as soon as I jumped back, her eyes shut and the light in the loft room, just in the living room, flipped on. The loft door slammed shut. We were both downstairs, and nobody else was here. So then, my next alarm went off at 5:10. She finally woke up and said, "I almost woke you up last night. Woke up randomly and got really scared, and the dog started barking at nothing. So I rolled over to get up and wake you up, but you must have fallen asleep before you even got off the couch." After that, she got ready for work like normal and left. A little while later, I got paranoid and sent a text to my little brother asking if he was okay. Told me I just woke him from a dream where he was being dragged into hell, so that didn't really help my anxiety. We thought we've heard doors close, and we heard weird noises and what sounded like footsteps, but it's always been chalked up to us sleeping or a regular house creak and things like that. Nothing like this has ever happened. I'm usually not off on Saturdays, but I wasn't scheduled for today, for whatever reason, so I'm home alone and pretty scared. What could this be, and what do I do to stop it and make sure it doesn't happen anymore, keep it from getting worse? If you're hearing this, you've already been marked by curiosity. Paranormal M shares the stories that make the brave uneasy. Subscribe and ring the bell. You've come this far, might as well go deeper. Advice for dealing with ghost in my room. To start off, I live in a relatively new home, built in the 90s. I've lived here for 5 years now, and to my knowledge, nobody's passed away here. However, a few years ago, I discovered an old cabin was built on the land, likely by a settler in the 1800s, and it's very possible that there is a Native American camp here sometime in the past as well, too. I know this because there's an old rock foundation on my property. It's not far from my house. The yard is littered with obsidian arrowheads. My first paranormal experience was about 4 years ago. It's when I was about to exit the bathroom when I was home alone. The second I put my hand on the bathroom door's handle, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear wash over me, and I have no explanation for this sensation. It took me over 10 minutes to calm down and decide to leave the bathroom. However, just as I exited the bathroom, I heard a loud scream and stomping. The scream being distant and the stomping coming from upstairs. Like any normal person without knowledge of ghosts or the paranormal, I bolted from my home and didn't come back until that night. After my first experience, I started experiencing reoccurring nightmares of my home being invaded by demons. Demons that took on the form of my family members. These nightmares got so vivid I eventually would wake up to night terrors and sleep paralysis. It took about 2 months for these nightmares to end, and they only ended when I stopped being afraid of the demons. However, about 1 year ago, I woke up to being strangled by a little girl. She didn't stop until I told her that I'm not afraid. After the nightmare phase ended, I didn't experience any paranormal activity until recently, about 6 or 7 months ago. One night I woke up to a tapping on my window. At first I thought it was rain or something, until I realized the tapping wasn't a rhythm. I live in a relatively secluded area, so the only things that could be doing this were an animal, but again, the tapping was to a rhythm. A person, but again, I live in a secluded area. Like, why would some crazy guy come up here, or a ghost? As much as I'd love to choose the first option, logic overrules that decision. I often ignored the tapping, thinking the ghost, if that's what was causing it, would get bored and leave. This tapping went on for 3 nights, with the aggressiveness increasing and peaking on the 3rd night. That night, I'm laying in my bed chatting with a friend when the tapping began. The tapping this time was rapid and much more aggressive than the first 2 nights. Then, suddenly, the tapping turned into a banging with such intensity that the room began shaking. This continued for only a few seconds, then suddenly stopped. It was an earthquake. Nobody reported shaking. I yelled out in surprise when the first few bangs occurred, and then the banging stopped. After this incident, the banging stopped seemingly permanently. Now let's move on to the most recent experiences I've had, and these experiences are what caused me to make this post. I feel if there's a ghost in my home, it's getting more aggressive or powerful. first one was kind of a long time ago, about 4 months now. I had a friend over for an all-nighter. So when I heard tapping, but not from the window, but from the inside of my room. The room my friend and I were in at this time was the living room, with my room on one of the rooms it's connected to. My friend and I began to investigate the tapping, not by entering my room, but by listening to the noises from my room. When I put my ear to the door, I heard a whisper of gibberish on the other side. I freaked and backed away from the door, terrified. My friend was there. Suddenly I felt cold and felt the same feeling of fear I felt in the bathroom 4 years ago, but this time worse. After 30-ish minutes, the coldness went away and I calmed down, but my friend and I could still hear the tapping. It took about an hour for the tapping to end. It resumed on and off the rest of the night. Another recent incident, the main reason I'm writing this, was only about 3 weeks ago. It happened again only 2 nights ago. What happened was quite simple. My dad was closing a sliding door. It's when something forced it back open, suddenly, with like an unstoppable force. Then 2 nights ago, I'm closing my room's door when something pushed back against the door, making it extremely difficult to close. And every night since then, I've heard footsteps at night in my home. I've made this post with the hope that somebody can give me some advice as to what I should do next. I've already tried claiming the home from the ghost, and that's failed, so I've no clue what to do next. The Ghost on the Old Country Road. In 2007, I drove a taxi for a small firm in the north of England. I worked there for around 6 months. I usually did weekends and late shifts. That's because the money was better and the roads were less hectic at night. And as you'd expect, however, driving around on a Saturday night, I'd see all kinds of crazy. Drunks fighting and people sleeping on the road and people doing dirty in the bus stops. Usually drunken behavior. I'd taken dying people to the hospitals, intervened in domestic disputes, had fights with drugged-up customers, good and bad, you name it. Never a dull moment, I'll say that much. But for many reasons, a job I'll never do again. I dropped off a drunk customer one Saturday night sometime after 12 a.m., heading back to base when I took a left turn that led me along the Old Country Road, as it's called. It's a notorious, horrible, twisty, narrow road lined with trees and old stone walls on both sides. It's on a steep hill. There's almost no streetlights. Every corner is a blind corner, and the camper goes from side to side without warning. During the day, it's scary to drive along. At night, it's almost suicidal. If it wasn't for the fact that I was trying to get back to base and squeeze another fare in before my shift finished at 2 a.m., I'd never have taken this route. The petitions have been going on for decades trying to get this accidental hotspot fixed. But the local council either can't afford it or never seems to be interested. Hundreds of accidents have happened there over the decades. Many have died, and most people just avoid it altogether, despite it being the quickest way from A to B. So I'm cautiously driving along this road just after 12 a.m. No other cars on the road, and that's when I see a young lady with her back toward me walking down the middle of the road. She was a white girl, looked like teens, early 20s, brown hair, wearing a blue flowery dress. As I got closer, I could see that she looked to be in bad shape. Her hair was a mess, and she was only wearing one shoe. I could see that her dress was torn and dirty. She had grazes on her hands and legs and face, and she had leaves in her hair. She was in a right mess. At first, I was just concerned for her safety, walking down this road at night. I'd planned to slow down and give her a warning about the dangers. But when I saw the state she was in, I decided to stop and see if she needed help. I pull alongside of her. I ask her if she's okay. I ask if she'd been hurt or in an accident or something. She looked at me dazed and confused, most likely drunk, so I ask again, and she responds with, "I want to go home." I ask her again if she's okay. Should I call an ambulance or something? She isn't responding and just standing there mumbling and confused. So I couldn't just leave her there. I offer her a lift and I get out and open the rear door for her, help her into the car. I ask the girl where she wanted to go, and she gives me the address of her residence about a 10-minute drive away. There were rules that prevented us from picking up unsolicited customers. So before moving, I radioed the controller and explained that I'd picked up a drunk straggler needing medical attention and I was taking her home. It got the okay, logged in the book, so off I went. We started driving, and I can see that she's cold, so I turned the heat up. I'm asking her questions like, is she hurt and was she an accident or really what happened, but apart from a few mumbles, I can't get any sense out of her. I ask her name, which she says is Rose, but everything else was just barely audible drunken mumbles. She said, I want to go home a few times, but at least I caught that much. It looked like she was falling asleep against the window, so I just stopped the questions. I let her be, and I just drove. We get to the house at around 1 a.m. She's fast asleep against the window, and it's a big old colonial-looking house. I think it's been there since the 1700s and was maybe once owned by a local lord or something. Called her name a few times to wake her up, but no response. Didn't want to start manhandling her out of the car, so I got out and went up to the house to get some help with her moving, As I'm walking up the driveway, I can see that there's still lights on in the house, so I knock quietly and wait. After a few seconds, a woman answers the door. She's crying and rubbing her face, and she's around 60, I guess. Gray hair, wearing a white nightgown. I explain who I am, that I'm a taxi, that I have a girl in the car named Rose who's looking in pretty bad shape, and has asked me to bring her here. Before I can finish, she turns and walks away and calls out for who I assumed is her husband. A man then comes to the door, around the same age, and he's carrying a framed photograph. He had a look of sadness in his face that I couldn't explain at the time, but one that I'd soon know all too well. I explained to him the situation, that I need help with getting her out of the car. He waits for me to finish and then shows me the photograph that he's holding and asks, "Is this her?" I confirm it's the girl in my car, and he asks, "Is she still there?" I confirm that she's asleep in the car. We're probably going to have to carry her back to the house. Puts the photograph down and comes with me to the car. There was a lack of urgency in his behavior, which I found odd considering the situation. We get to the car. I open the rear door. She's gone. I quickly scan the surroundings, and there's no sign of her. I look at him panicking slightly at the thought of this girl walking around the area drunk somewhere. He doesn't seem to be too bothered by her absence. I suggest that we call the police, and he declines. Asks me to come back to the house. We get back to the house, and he goes inside. I assume he's going to call somebody or maybe look for his wallet. I hear him talking to his wife about something, then he returns holding a newspaper. He opens the newspaper, points to a page, and asks again, "Is this her?" Look at the page, and I see a picture of a smiling Rose. I confirm it's her again, while my eyes scan the page and see words like accident and old road, but I'm not paying much attention. I'm more worried about finding this girl. Then he tells me some of the following, some I didn't discover until later that night when I read the article. The article stated that in 2001, it was Rose's 18th birthday. She'd been at a party with friends, got into an argument, and decided to leave alone around midnight. She'd been walking down the old road when a car hit her from behind. The driver, yet to be identified, didn't stop. She died laying in bushes by the side of the road, and her body wasn't found until several days later after a police search. He told me that every birthday since then, at around 1 a.m., they've received a knock at the door from a worried driver claiming to have Rose in the car. They'd been sort of just sitting up and celebrating her birthday and waiting for me to arrive. So confused by his story, I asked him to show me the photograph again just to be sure it's the same girl that was in my car, and it was. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to laugh, to be honest. So I just apologized for the misunderstanding, said goodnight, and went back to my car. Sat thinking for a few minutes and decided I'd drive around the area, check if I could find her. I couldn't, so after about 30 minutes I gave up and drove back to base. I arrived back at base, just before 2 a.m. The lady controller asks what happened with the injured girl that I'd picked up. Give her a brief rundown of the strange events that had just happened, and she laughs and shouts toward the back room. "Ha! Hey Tony, we got another one. He's seen her too." A guy called Tony comes out. He'd worked taxis for years. Tells me about the stories of the ghosts on the old country road that taxi drivers in the area share. I kind of laughed and shrugged it off, but internally I was rattled. I left work and I went home. I read the article about the accident online, cried my damn eyes out. I didn't get much sleep that night and didn't fancy working the Sunday the next morning. I'd call in and take the day off. Went out to the car during the day to see if she'd left anything in the car, and I found a single tree leaf laying on the carpet where she'd been sitting. A few days pass, I'm unable to get over this weird night, and her pleas of "I want to go home" were still ringing in my ears, and the leaf was sitting on my coffee table staring at me. So I get up one morning, got in my car, went back on the road, and drove up and down a few times trying to remember exactly what I'd seen that night. After an hour, I leave and park up for a while and decided I'd go back to the house. I needed to know for sure if the girl that I'd picked up that night was in fact Rose or some other person. I arrived back at the house and parked where I had the other night. Sat there for maybe 20 minutes. Not sure why I drove there, contemplating whether I should knock on the door or not. And if I did, what would I say? As I'm sitting there, I see the man walking down the driveway toward me. He recognizes me and comes up to the car. I roll down the window. He asks, "We saw you sitting there. Everything all right?" It wasn't. You could tell by the look on my face I was having a hard time accepting any of this. He invited me into this house, and so almost without saying a word, I get out and follow him inside. I get inside, and a dog comes running up to me, wagging its tail. I'm giving it a good stroke and saying hello to the dog, and the lady from that night appears from a room and welcomes me in. These are really nice, warm people. I follow the man into his living room. I accept the offer of a cup of tea from the lady. I sit down and look around, and I can see pictures of Rose everywhere. Rose as a baby, Rose at school, Rose with friends, family photos. I could barely hold back the tears at this point. We sat and talked about Rose for around an hour. Talked about that night. Talked about the accident. Talked about her birthdays. Talked about her funeral. Talked about the police investigation. A couple who were her parents had gone through hell for the past 6 years. Tears were shed, and happy dogs sitting at my feet awaiting strokes was a welcome distraction for me whenever I felt the tears coming. I had it confirmed that Rose was indeed gone and hadn't just went missing, was maybe still alive somewhere. We sat and chatted, and I got to the point where I felt it was time for me to leave this grieving couple to their privacy. Before leaving, I asked if it would be okay if I visited her gravestone and pay my respects. They were overjoyed that I'd asked to do so. So they told me the location, and as I was leaving, her mother remarked, "Oh, take her some hydrangeas. She'd love those." I didn't realize until I got to the flower shop later that hydrangeas were a type of blue flower. The same blue flowers that filled the house's front garden. The same blue flower that covered Rose's dress on the night of her 18th birthday. I thanked them for their hospitality and I left. Went home, changed my clothes, went to buy flowers, and seeing the blue hydrangeas was a shock. Bought a bouquet and wrote a message on the card. "Dear Rose, hope you find your way home one day." I went and placed the flowers at a gravestone and sat there for the rest of the afternoon and quit the job the following day. Lights out and my fear of mirrors. Not certainly a paranormal activity, and rather quite funny for others toward the end. Just an accident that happened with me, which made me develop a fear of mirrors. Back when I was 12, on one summer night, we had a power outage. And I'm from New Delhi, India, so where these random long power surges are very common in the summers. But that night, even our inverter gave up, and we had no other option than having dinner in a dining room lit with candles and just wait for the power to be restored. My parents always had this daily habit of going to a walk in a nearby park after dinner. and they continued as usual. My grandparents decided to sit in the balcony after dinner, as the weather outside was quite decent with a light cool breeze and was better than sitting in a dark room and sweating. I was simply lying on the couch with my brother, who's 4 years older than me. Out of nowhere, my brother had this weird idea of taking this moment to try saying Bloody Mary in the mirror 3 times. Just for fun, I guess. I opposed it, as even though I was not scared easily of the dark or something like that, still, somewhere I feared that these rituals may have some degree of truth to them, and we should rather not try this. But my stupid brother proceeded anyway, carrying a candle toward the mirror. Before I proceed, I'd like to mention that just a few weeks before that night, all of us cousins were just talking some spooky stuff when one of them raised a point that if you ever tried the Bloody Mary challenge, don't you dare insult her or say anything about her blue baby. It was a quite weird fact, but also something to be wary of, and I just gladly accepted it to be true, for I was quite young. Anyways, my brother proceeds on to say Bloody Mary 3 times in the dark room in front of the mirror. I was nothing but a little scared to see what happened, and all my focus was on him. Nothing really did happen for a few seconds. Then my brother did what I never wanted to see. Started insulting her and teasing her and made fun of her like, "Yo, bitch, what the fuck is even a blue baby?" I got quite scared, and my asshole brother stood there smiling. After a few seconds, we heard heavy breathing sounds and some other tiny noises which scared the shit out of me. I even screamed a little, whereas my brother started to laugh. Turned out that he was secretly making the noises to spook me and said that, "See, it's all fake." A few minutes later, our parents were back and the power was restored as well. We went to sleep a little bit early that night. I still couldn't get the kind of prank out of my head and started visualizing stupid stuff. I couldn't sleep, and I hated the fact that my brother was asleep soundly in no time. I started imagining, or maybe you could even say hallucinating, while lying on the bed trying to sleep. I saw that somebody dressed in all white stepping out of the mirror and proceeding toward our room. I started sweating with my eyes closed and my face stuffed underneath my pillow. And just then, in my hallucination, or whatever the hell it was, that lady in white enters a room, and she's about to lay her hand on my chest. I swear to God, the next thing that happened scared the actual shit out of me due to my asshole of a brother. She forces her hand toward my chest, with no lapses at a perfect time, while soundly asleep. My brother turns around and puts his hand on my chest unknowingly. I swear to God, I screamed so loud that even my grandparents, who have hearing problems, woke up in a distant room. That perfectly timed coincidence of a moment was enough to freak me out, and I've been afraid of looking towards mirrors in the dark ever since. Sounds stupid and weird, but yeah, as soon as I enter a washroom or just a room with a mirror, I make sure a light is on, as otherwise, I start to freak out. Blood out of nowhere, and the strange fever. First off, this incident took place 10 or 12 years ago. Large gatherings and joint families were often the occasion in our house. It was a very common thing in India at that time. It's still quite common, but not as much as before. All the elders, parents, uncles, and aunts, they were in my grandparents' room spending their own quality time, while all of us cousins, 12 of us to be exact, we were playing hide-and-seek, which included my parents' room, and me and my brother's room, and my uncle's room, and 2 storage rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 not very much used living room, which barely gets any light even in the daytime. Poor window installment. Also, this living room had a lot of antiques and old stuff that belonged to my grandpa. It was quite a reason to usually keep us kids out of there. It was our last round. It was my brother's turn to find us all. We waited for lunch to get ready, too. While he felt searching in the living room and storage room side of the house, we cousins did what we always do in the last round. Sneakily get into the lunchroom and keep the dinner. Don't know what to exactly call it. I don't even know what that is. They were wondering where all of us had been hiding or hidden, and we sneaked back into the room. My brother still kept searching. Eventually he came to the living room, opened the door for it, and tried to spot someone, as he felt somebody rushing there. As usual, it was all dark, and literally without turning on the lights, you can't spot anything. But my brother eventually caught attention of something in that dark room. He saw someone sitting behind the sofa as if trying to hide, with very shiny blue eyes, so shiny that it was the only thing visible in that room along with the edge of the sofa. My brother couldn't figure out which one of the cousins it was, so he tried to approach the sofa as the switch for the light was there as well. That figure started approaching him as well, except it was creepy and my brother was a little bit scared. And at that moment, my mom called out for my brother, due to which he looked behind for a split second. When he looked back toward the sofa, the figure was gone. My mom immediately came through, took him out of that room, and said to him, "We always advise you to never go to that room, but you don't listen. You may end up hurting yourself." It was very shady of my mom to mention something like that. And while growing up, we always thought there's something that our parents never tell us about in that room. Never let us be in there alone at any time of the day. But anyhow, my brother didn't share this blue-eyed figure thing with anyone until the next morning, when an explanation was needed for what had happened. After everybody left late at night, we all happily went to our rooms and had a good night's sleep. When brother woke up in the morning, she saw all of his t-shirt was covered with blood. But he actually didn't suffer from any nausea, and he wasn't sick, and he didn't throw up or anything else. There was no trace of blood in his entire body. No sign of any cuts of any sort, not even on me. Everyone was surprised and shocked at the same time, and my brother just didn't know what to say. After that, he discussed the blue-eyed figure incident, asked whether it was some haunting going on, which my parents denied by saying that they have always done. There's no such thing. The weird fact was seeing my mom say her prayers at the time after that accident, even though she does them before going to bed only. My brother developed a strange fear of sofas, especially when they were in a dark room. It took him years to overcome this fear. Even the medical checkups denied having any issues with his body. This remains unexplained to this date. The second one is concerning me. It was March 3rd, 2017. So when this first happened, I was in 10th grade, and we have here something called the board examinations, the final exams after 10th and 12th grade. My boards were about to start in a week, and the pressure was on, but I was somebody who actually never got stressed. So I was pretty chill and studying like my daily routine. On the night of March 3rd, I have a nightmare that I don't remember anymore in detail, but it was very unsettling, and it woke me up around 2 a.m. I was a little scared, but I was craving some good sleep, so I closed my eyes and tried to go to sleep, but I couldn't, and I started feeling like something like I was being watched. While my brother beside me was sound asleep, I started seeing figures around the room window, but I thought it was just maybe overdoing it. Then I had another nightmare, and around 3, I heard my brother say to me, "Are you okay?" I said I was fine, because the nightmares weren't much of a concern, but he actually, what he meant was he saw me shivering, and I didn't realize I was even shivering. Even though the cold winter days were well behind us, I was actually sweating, but still, my legs kept shivering and kept cranking my teeth. I tried to stop, but I couldn't. I started getting frustrated and scared. And what was more unsettling was the fact that my brother got scared, which is not something very common. He immediately called my parents, started rubbing my hands and feet, and got me a cup of coffee and put me back to sleep. Cup of coffee? I woke up at 7 in the morning, which is pretty strange, unless you're drinking caffeine in the middle of the night. Never naturally woke up until I've had 7 hours of sleep. Felt very fresh and much better than last night. My mom came in and asked me how I was feeling, to which I replied, "Great." That wasn't the case. I was burning. When she checked the temperature, I had 103 fever, and I was surprised as I don't feel any symptoms. They eventually kicked in, and I went to a doctor's clinic, got some medicine. Whenever there's a change of weather, I easily fall sick. Like my immune system is weak in processing the outside weather changes, which was the assumption for this incident. Never told anybody of feeling being watched or any of that stuff, because such claims always get rejected by my parents. By the afternoon, I start feeling well, but still prefer a day's bed rest in order to be good and healthy to resume my studies. By the evening, the temperature is down to 98, which was a significant improvement. But then, at around the 8 p.m. mark, while just lying on my bed, this time alone, I start shivering again, and also hear a thud on my window just to find nothing. The shivering again starts to get on my nerves, and I call in for my mom. They notice a drastic jump in my temperature again, back to 102. And after 2 days of medication and 2 days of the same shivering causing a sudden effect on my health, went to the doctor again, who gave us a little strong dosage this time. Also wrote down some tests to get done from the hospital. He also mentioned that it may very well be exam stress, but I very well knew that this was not the case. Third day goes all fine, 98.4 temperature, but again around 8 p.m. the same shivering starts as a follow-up to a thud on the other window. Same thing keeps happening for the next 4 days, 4 weeks in total, where the shivering starts whenever I'm alone around the 8 or 9 p.m. mark daily. It's initiated by a strange sound or sighting around me, like the thuds on the window or in the ceiling or my closet opening on its own, my room's curtains moving on their own. More tests were consulted and more medication was given. 15 different tests, all negative, no flu, no viral fever, no infection. And after the 8-day mark, the strange happenings and shivering stop after a long session of religious prayer earlier that day. Of course, by none other than my mom, who didn't believe or accept any paranormal things, but still wanted to affirm my safety. I did my first 2 exams in a feverish condition, but eventually, after 2 more weeks of medication, I was back to normal health, with the only difference being a weak body that starts aching anytime I can't bear much pain. Anyway, till this date, nobody's been able to determine the cause of this condition. Never shared the sounds or sighting things with anybody except my brother. That 2 months after that incident. But this is still one of the most baffling and unexplainable things I've ever had happen to me. Giving your kid coffee in the middle of the night is baffling to me. A creepy experience on the A556 Chester Road. Okay, so I'm driving home 2 days ago at roughly 3 a.m. I'm driving on a British A road, which is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by forest. Now, I pretty much know this road like the back of my hand. I've been driving back and forth, but mostly at night, for a long time. There are street lights, but they're quite dim and don't do a great job of lighting up the road ahead. Now, as a bit of a background, I'm generally a calm driver. I don't know why, as I'm quite frantic in real life. But when I'm behind the wheel, nothing seems to faze me at all. But the other night, I'm pretty sure I nearly had a heart attack. So I'm driving along the road as per usual on my way back home. The only way to describe this is to say that about 150 yards ahead of my car in the woods, this humanoid creature bolted into the road. It was a light gray color and hunched over on all fours. Could easily be 8 or 9 feet tall, stood upright. This thing bolted into the road at unusual speed and disappeared into the woods on the other side of the road. Now there's 4 lanes and no central reservation, so it was a straight sprint across. I tried to rationalize this as a bird, but I just knew for a fact that it was not. Like I said before, I'm a very calm driver, but as soon as I saw this thing, I had instantly turned to freezing cold and started sweating, almost on the verge of crying. I know what my realization was, or I guess I don't, but some part of me wanted to slam on my brakes out of panic and take a breath, but just put my foot down, drove way too fast to get away from what I just saw. I don't necessarily know if it's relevant, but I remember looking at the clock and it was dead on 3 a.m. Apparently, it's a strange hour for unexplained things to go on. If anybody else has had a similar experience or know what the hell this thing was, I'd love to hear it, because even thinking about it gives me cold chills. Negative entity or demon in childhood home. This is a recollection of certain events that happened in my childhood home that I lived in for the first 11 years of my life. I'm 20 now, and for context, the house was built in the late 1970s, when my parents bought the house. The house was bought from a widow, and her husband loved the basement, but unfortunately he died of cancer. It's unknown if he died in the house or on his way to the hospital. Before I was even born, my dad experienced a growl coming from the TV in the upstairs bedroom. No one was there, and it scared him to the point that he feared going into the basement at night for a month. Fast forward to when I was born. I had a couple of seizures, one being in the house, and the last one was when I maybe was 2 years old. When I was 3, however, there was a storm outside, and my bed was right up against the wall. As I was trying to fall asleep, I felt the bed lift up and slam down as I noticed it. Nobody could have been behind it. I ran out to tell my parents what happened, but they told me to go into bed, and I always hated that door, refused to close. It was the door that led to the laundry room. If you closed it, it would just open up exactly 5 or 15 minutes later, regardless of the day or time. I used to try to close it all the time, but I wonder if that angered the entity. Regularly, I would hear the pipes banging and clanging together. Never heard these sounds in any homes I've spent the night in, even homes older than this one. I would regularly wake up and hear whispers coming from the living room, similar to how my parents would talk when they were up and I was asleep. But the time was between 1 and 4 a.m., with the most common of it happening between 2:30 and 3:30. I would also experience sleep paralysis on an infrequent basis, often the same time as I would hear the whispers, but these whispers never happened during the sleep paralysis. I would feel a heavy weight either in my arms or chest when it happened. I would either have a bad day or I would get physically sick. My dad wonders if the entity made him aggressive. Then my mother got sick, and the one night I really had to pee, but someone was in the bathroom, so I had to use the downstairs bathroom after waiting 10 minutes. Shortly after, I went back to my room, and my dad wondered why I was up. I lied and said I sleepwalked because I knew that he wouldn't believe me. After my mom died, it was from when paranormal events escalated. From always feeling stared down on a regular basis to even hearing my Xbox going on when I knew I turned it off. But when I went downstairs, it was already turned off. Then I saw a figure of a man in a top hat, which was creepy as he was translucent. I also saw him again doing the same motion in broad daylight. Then my neighbor's dog, who was the most chill dog you met, started growling at something behind me, bared his teeth. I was quite scared as he seemed to go outside the same time that I went outside, and, a few days of this, and he's back to his same, chill self. I saw a shadow figure peering at me through the window one night, close to Halloween. But to reach the window, you'd have to have been maybe 10 feet tall, which no human ever was that tall. Don't think so. Adding to the fact that when I looked at it, it backed away, this was not a sleep paralysis episode, so I was able to freely move about. Most oftentimes, it would also appear that somebody was sitting on my bed when there was no one there. Just the indent of somebody sitting there. Saw another figure peering outside. Never communicated or acknowledged me. I would see balls of light that would just stay there, as well as having very odd dreams. We didn't do any evil rituals or cleansing, but my dad regretted that decision. There was a time where another door opened as I put my hand out to feel the air, and it was cold, and when I moved out, it kind of went dormant. Till 5 years ago, when Google Maps caught a face peering from the bedroom that my parents slept through, which didn't show up in the previous photos. Even the device I've been writing the story has been acting insanely slow and lagging. It's like something doesn't want this story out. I moved to a new house, and although I haven't had any experiences in it, I still get weird dreams about the first house due to it being close to where I currently live. The house looks the same, but mostly empty. But every time I would check the basement in the dream, it would switch to another dream. Was this a demon or an actual entity? I'd love to know your thoughts on it, if this was a demon or just an extremely negative entity. Can someone explain this? Stuff moving in my apartment. So I'm sitting in front of my computer a few months ago. It was around midnight and I heard a bag rustling in the kitchen. I've had mice in my apartment before, so my reaction was like, oh, god damn it, another one. Got up to check, but the sound stopped. I couldn't identify where it came from, so I went back to the computer, making a mental note to set up some mouse traps in the morning. 5 or so minutes later, the sound started again, and this time I managed to get the kitchen, and I saw a bag of pasta shaking pretty violently on one of the shelves. I grabbed some oven mitts and picked it up while it was still shaking. I was grossed out because I thought there was a mouse in it. But after an inspection, I realized the bag was completely sealed with some rubber bands and was packed really tightly. Nothing could possibly fit inside of it. It was shuffling around for a few good minutes, and it was really only a single bag. When I was holding it, it felt like some sort of force on my hands, but nothing major, although I was wearing mitts. It seemed there was something inside of it trying to get out. I even squeezed the bag really hard and stepped on it many times in order to kill anything that was inside of it. After I walked out into the balcony and emptied it, there was nothing in there other than pasta. I shit in my pants at this point, so I couldn't sleep for a while. Told my mom. She said that Grandma's pasta, she passed away a month or so before, that this is not the first time something like this has happened to her in that apartment. My mom believes all kinds of goofy things, so I don't take her seriously at all. It's also her apartment that I temporarily lived in at the time when I came from Australia to visit. My grandma never lived in that apartment, though. Well, no mouse was ever found in her apartment after that. Nothing this weird has ever happened to me. A few stories from my life. So let's start with one of the earliest I can remember. I was like 11 or 12 and I lived with my mom. To paint a picture, we lived in a trailer. When you open the front door, it goes straight into the living room. And on the wall lays the couch. To the right of the couch is a hallway that leads to the bathroom, my bedroom and a spare bedroom. To the left is the kitchen, a little nook where the computer was, and my mom's room. So one night at around 12 or 1, I'm laying on the couch and just on the phone talking to my friend. As we're shooting the shit, something caught the corner of my eye, and I saw this tall black silhouette in the hallway. I just sat there, and it just turned its head and looked at me. Walked through the wall. I dropped to the floor, terrified. Wouldn't go into my room for like 2 weeks after that. Going off that one, around this time I'd always hear random tapping on the window across from me on the couch. The only way I can describe it is if you took your fingernail and lightly tapped on the window. Happened every night for weeks and just randomly stopped. I don't think it was the blinds or anything, but it was very creepy. Last one I'll share happened maybe 3.5 years ago. A friend and I are sitting in my room. It was a second-story house, and my room was a loft converted into a bedroom that has windows that overlook the living room. We're talking, and we heard this very loud grinding noise. Both just stopped and stared at each other, so we went downstairs to investigate. After about 10 minutes, we figured out one of the kitchen chairs was pulled back. When we pushed the chair on the floor, it made the same sound. After we discovered that he looked at me and said, I didn't want to sound like a weirdo, but I swear when we were upstairs, I saw somebody through the window in your room in the living room before we heard the noise. I've had some other experiences, and a lot happened in my dad's house. My sister's had some crazy experiences when she lived with him, too. We'll gladly share more if anybody's interested. Probably have a handful of other experiences like these. Demonic dreams in my room, and my room only. My house has always had a somewhat eerie presence to it. When I was 4, its bedroom door slammed shut while we were all watching TV one night. My grandma went and repented whatever she could and put oils on all the windows and the door in that room. And for context, we're a very religious family. Christianity. to be the example. Another example was when my aunt was taking a bath one night. She felt the water in the tub go extremely cold and felt a claw go down her back, from her neck down. As it was happening, she said that my grandma burst into the room asking if she felt a demonic presence in the room. Both freaking out, they prayed over the room and did the same procedure that my grandma did when the door slammed shut. So anyways, back to the point. I moved back in with my grandma a year ago. I'm staying in the room right next to my aunt's. I don't know when this started, but every night I'll have the crazy, intense, realistic, and barbaric nightmares. None like I've ever experienced. Some will have my friends turn possessed out of nowhere and start chasing or hurting me, or they'll have the same demonic lady doing the same thing. I know it's her in all these dreams. She'll either come in from like this flowing hair and her whole body is black, and sometimes she'll either have an all-white mouth or all-white eyes, or just all white eyes or none at all. Sometimes I'll wake up and feel a presence, go back to sleep, and another nightmare will pursue. Sometimes I'll have up to 4 different nightmares a night, some being different or the same ones being repeated over and over again. This only happens when I sleep in my room. I can sleep in another room in the house, and I'll sleep sound as a baby. Same goes if I sleep at someone else's house. So strange. Right now, I'm staying in my aunt's bedroom. Told my grandma about this issue, and she repented and cleansed my room to no avail. My parents have mimics. I used to hear someone mimic my mom's voice, sometimes at night, but I always brushed it off as being in my head, and I also believe in jinn, so I thought maybe it was them. Back when quarantine had just started, my sleep schedule was a complete mess. I'd always be the last one to go to bed at around 4 a.m. One night I'm lying in my bed, I'm fully awake just scrolling on my phone, and I hear my name being called in my mom's voice. I thought, here we go again, my mind playing tricks on me, because I knew she was asleep. Usually it stops after 3 to 4 times, but this time it didn't. It actually kept getting louder and sounding more and more distraught. I was getting a little worried, but still stayed quiet, knowing that it's not good to reply. It stopped, and I was relieved until suddenly, my dad's voice started calling for me. I was confused because my dad never calls me at night. He always calls to me when he wants to tell me something, so I was super confused. I sat up, took my headphones off to listen more closely, and it kept going and getting louder. I responded asking, "Dad, you calling me?" And he just kept going. What freaked me out was when both of them started calling me. I legit thought something happened, so I ran to their room and both of them were dead asleep, and when I tell you, I almost woke them up thinking it was some weird, twisted prank. Haunting during renovation. When I was about 17, Dad had started renovating parts of the house. During knocking down walls in the living room and bathroom, found tons of cool things inside, like a card and papers from the early 1900s, random scraps of ornate wallpaper. Dad joked with me not to keep it, because then I'll start getting haunted. But to me, they were too cool not to keep. Things slowly escalated. I started experiencing sleep paralysis for the first time. Never heard anything. Just felt like somebody was sitting next to me, and would only happen if I fell asleep in the living room. Then things started happening in my bedroom. There was a specific spot at the foot of my bed that squeaked bad if anybody stepped there. I was trying to fall asleep, and I felt like I thought I heard somebody by my door. Thought it was my dad trying to scare me. He did that often. Thought it was hilarious. I told him it's not funny and I'm tired, and I felt like somebody was in the room with me. Heard that spot on my floor creak. Sat up to tell him to knock it off, and he wasn't in there. Crawled to the end of my bed and looked down, nothing. Old houses settle though, so I went back to sleep. Then started the nightmares and sleep talking that would wake me up. The first night I woke up saying, He's not going to make it. I laid there confused for a bit and eventually fell back asleep. Then I had a dream that seemed like movie clips. Looked like a war infirmary from what I could put together based on what I learned in school. There were two guys standing over someone laying on a cot, and he was bandaged and sweating. Seemed like one person was just watching the other one, trying to take care of him. Woke up again and felt like somebody was standing close to me and staring. Terrified, I laid there as still as I could until I finally fell back asleep. The next night I woke up yelling, "They're all gonna starve." I felt that presence of someone standing and staring again, but every little hair in my body started to stand and it felt like they were getting closer. Closed my eyes and it felt as if somebody was directly in my face staring at me. And at this point, I'm begging that if anything's there to please leave me alone. I don't like you here and I'm scared. And just like that, I felt like I was alone again. Felt my entire body relax. Fell back asleep. And that was the end of that. It was just a couple of days of terror, then like nothing had even happened. I thought I was absolutely crazy. Wouldn't speak a word of it to my dad or anyone because who the hell would believe that? Even I thought I was going crazy. About 2 weeks later, and I don't even know why I picked it up because I never paid attention to it, but I picked up her town paper off the table. It was talking about her city's involvement in the Revolutionary War. Talked about a certain area. Easy to tell it was my street and those surroundings because the names were based on war events, being the grounds for camps and barracks. Explained how soldiers had to move due to an attack on both soldiers and their crops which were all set on fire. My dreams started to make more sense, but it all didn't really happen at the same time. The war was long before the house was even there. Didn't find anything in it from that far back either. So again, all sounded crazy, and sort of like a coincidence to me at the time. The only person who knew was my best friend. The House with the Pentagram. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, literally. Cornfields and cows, with the occasional sprinkling of houses filled with people who tended to the cornfields and cows. So as a teenager in the country, I spent a lot of time exploring abandoned buildings and houses and barns and restaurants or anything I could manage to get into. I just got a new job in town. Didn't usually go to, and of course immediately asked the locals about the scary stories in the town. I was told over and over again a story from the 80s of a woman who caught her husband cheating and came home one day and blew his brains out with a shotgun while he was asleep. She then went on to hang herself in a tree behind the house. According to local legend, the police never even cleaned the crime scene. They removed their bodies, but there were many pieces of the husband left behind in the floor and wall. Immediately I'm interested. I'm asking where the house was and was so surprised to learn it was only minutes from where I was working. Now don't get me wrong, I felt brave, but as a young female, I wasn't about to explore this haunted murder house by myself. I texted some friends of mine and the road was on and asked them to meet me there that night. They of course had nothing else to do, so they agreed. Got off work around 10 p.m. Met my friends in front of the house. It was a small white farmhouse, heavily overgrown with weeds and barely visible from the road. I had no idea how we were going to get in, but I knew I had to see what was inside. Me and my 3 friends, 2 guys and a girl, looked all around until my one guy friend found a window that wasn't locked. He was far too large to crawl through, so my smaller guy friend crawled through and unlocked the back door. We climbed through the weeds and made our way to the house, and by the light of our flashlights, we began to explore. The house seemed untouched. There were dishes in the sink and old boxes of food in the cabinets. The walls were a mixture of yellow from long-term smoking and patches of brown, which could have been mold or could have been pieces of the husband. I wasn't about to touch it. My guy friend took off to the bedroom. My girlfriend and I looked for the basement. After some searching, we found the steps to the basement. It was a dark and cave-like unfinished basement with lights dangling from the ceiling that most likely hadn't been turned on in decades. The basement had 2 sections. The first one, you were immediately in what was a laundry or washroom. Then behind that was an open storage room. This is where things started to really turn. We walked into the storage room and were met by a giant red-painted pentagram on the floor. There were shelves all over the walls filled with what appeared to be jars of dead animal parts and blood. There were half-burned candles, upside-down crosses, and notebooks that were falling apart from years of moisture and mold in the air. Suffice it to say, we were creeped out. It really wasn't until I was older that I understood what I had saw. But at the time, I didn't know much about the rituals that they were most likely performing in that basement. I have no way of knowing if the husband and wife had done this or if it had been done by fellow trespassers. It didn't seem to be very recent. We decide that we've had enough of the creepy basement and head upstairs, only to be greeted by a loud sound of shattering glass. One of my guy friends had decided to grab a bat from his car and bust out the old TV. We both screamed at him to stop, and yeah, I definitely trespassed, but I never vandalized. After taking a few more swings, he stops, and instead of turning around to yell at me, he starts staring out of the kitchen window behind me, and his face looked absolutely terrified. Thinking he's messing with me, I tell him to stop being weird and leave before the cops came and saw this mess. And at this time, my friend shifts his gaze from the window and looks at me, and he points back to the window and says, "What is that?" I laugh, again thinking he's messing with me, but he doesn't laugh. Finally, I turn around and see movement in the field behind us, slowly getting closer and closer to the house. We all stand at the window waiting for whatever it is to come out of the field into the open part of the backyard. A few seconds go by before we see a woman in a long gray nightgown holding a brick in her hand running toward the back window. At this point, she was mere feet away, and we all ducked down below the window, thinking she was going to throw the brick through it and we needed to try to avoid shards of glass. And as she did, the window shattered so loud my ears started to ring, but I didn't feel any glass. After a few seconds, we all stood up and looked through the hole where the window once was. The woman was gone, and the glass from the shattered window was outside in the lawn. She threw the brick at the window, but the window broke outside instead of in. We all shared a collective "fuck this" and ran out of the house and back to our cars. We spoke about it a few times after, but never to anybody else since. We were convinced that they wouldn't believe us. The house has been torn down, and, well, it's now an extension of the field from behind it. Don't know exactly what we saw that night, but I know I'm certainly glad that house no longer stands. Sightings on the Panhandle. My wife asked that I post my experience after her post of my accounts got taken down. I seldom get on here, but I figured I'd give this a go. This was back in the 90s. I'm not good with remembering things, so the exact dates of when this occurred is foggy. I just know it was in the 90s, and I was between 7 and 12. My first experience happened out of the farm back in the Panhandle of Idaho. We lived in the woods, maybe 14 acres, so the night sky in this area isn't affected by pollution. Nighttime sky was my favorite to look at. I loved watching the stars and spotting the constellations. Anyways, this night I went outside to feed the goats, probably because I forgot to do so during the day, and as usual I looked up at the sky. I saw these stars in a triangular shape, but noticed they were moving. And it was not stars, but a ship moving very slowly. I was afraid at first until it seemed to have turned and angled itself toward me. I felt as if it spotted me. And while it probably didn't, it terrified me and I ran back home. A few years later during the summer, I was sleeping out on our porch. Best place to sleep in a farm as a kid. I get up and walk to look at the stars, as I always do, and just recognized the ship I once saw before. It was above us, moving at a slow speed heading south of the farm. Again, I panicked, ran into our house, and couldn't find anyone immediately to show what I had seen. When I went back outside, I noticed that the ship was now gone. Now, I said I thought this was in connection with the Arizona lights, but it seems this happened during the spring in Arizona, which would have been too cold to sleep outside. What I saw in the media of the Arizona lights felt spot on to what I saw on the farm, though. The neighboring kids had stories of their own too. Remember, one of them saw a ship with red lights moving erratically in the night sky. Another claimed to have seen a ship with their mother land on a field across from them. I don't think they saw anything get out, but can't quite remember the rest of that story, so it may have been uneventful in and of itself, or I may have doubted it. People in town believe there's military bases in the mountains. I remember once there was a fleet of military vehicles, and one who got a flat tire and parked it into her property. They had the fleet of vehicles also wait temporarily until they fixed it. That's the extent of the military I've seen in that area. People think that odd things that happen in that town are related to the bases on the mountains. Seeing an old friend. A couple of months ago, my family and I were forced to move. I had a pet cat whom I've had for 10 years, and a puppy that we had found abandoned. Where we moved didn't allow dogs, so we had to give the puppy up, and luckily we found him a good home. Our cat could stay, but since he was new to the neighborhood and the house, we kept him inside as long as possible. And him being an outdoor cat, though, couldn't really stay inside for very long. After about 2 weeks inside, we finally let him explore outside. Though I was very hesitant because I knew there were a lot of stray cats in the area that could hurt him. He was tough, though. Came back every day with new kind of cut bits, looked proud, so I knew he was winning. Still, I'd try to keep him inside most of the day until he got really mad and wanted to go outside. This continued. One night, he woke me up to let him outside around midnight. He left and I never saw him again. Usually he would leave for the night and be back by morning. Though there were a few times in the last house where he left for a few days, and the most being 6. But for some reason I had a sickly feeling after day 2. I had a feeling that it was the last time I'd ever see him. I went to sleep worried, and the neighborhood was bad, and I knew even though he was tough, he wasn't invincible. That night I had a dream about him. Something that has never happened to me. I saw him at the foot of my bed sleeping soundly. It felt so real I could reach out and scratch his head, his favorite spot. Then I would suddenly wake up. It happened for a few more nights. The last dream I had of him was me finally petting him, and I thought he was finally back, and this wasn't a dream. I looked at him, and he opened his eyes and looked at me, and I was so happy. When he closed his eyes again, I woke up, and I started crying, and even now typing this, I can't help but cry. He's with me for 10 years, and I was hoping that, we would be there for my college graduation, but wasn't even there for my high school graduation. I loved him so much, and he'd stopped me from killing myself 2 years ago. Now he's gone. I was never one for pictures, so I don't even have those to remember him by. All I have are the memories. Just wish I could have been there for him at the end, and now that I think of those dreams I had of him were him coming to visit me. The last one was him finally moving on after knowing I was okay. Thought I'd gotten over his death by now, but every time he comes to mind, I can't help but cry. Sleep paralysis, or something else. This happened almost a decade ago. Never really put much thought into it outside of it being a good creepy story to tell my friends. Not until recently have I thought about what happened. To give some backstory, when I was younger, my family and I used to live in this town sort of house neighborhood, and my dad was a maintenance worker there. And as our family grew bigger, I came first, followed by my sister and brother, and 6 and 11 years later respectively. We moved into larger townhouses that the apartment complex had available. When my parents had my youngest sibling, there were plans to move out of our neighborhood and into our own house, despite only having just moved into a new townhouse a few weeks prior. We ended up moving out after only 2 months. And while living there, I ended up having a recurring sleep paralysis dream of this thing that would come out of my closet. The best way I could describe it was that it was very lanky and had glowing white eyes, and that it never made any noise. Scattered throughout those 2 months living there, I would keep dreaming of it slowly opening my closet and peeking its head out, slowly shuffling toward me. Each night I had the dream, it seemed to get closer to my bed. Now, if my experience stopped there, I would definitely just mark it all down as sleep paralysis. My last night sleeping there, and the following morning before moving, makes me question everything that happened and whether it was real or fake. Pretty much everything had been taken out of the room, except my mattress, since they were moving the next day. So I basically just slept that night in a bare room. Of course, I had to be visited one last time by this sleep paralysis thing before it went away. This night it ended up being right beside me, looking down, and reached down and grabbed my arm. That was when I jolted awake to find a huge scratch running from my armpit to my inner elbow. I remember it stinging like a bee sting, my dad coming in to see me freaking out and crying. After calming me down, we also ate breakfast and did a sweep through the house to make sure we weren't leaving anything behind. Me and my dad went to my room and got the mattress, then opened up the closet to make sure everything was kind of grabbed in there. As he opened it, half of our attic crawlspace access panel fell to the ground, startling both of us. Up until this point, everything about my dreams could have been very simply explained, but this last event is what really scares me. Those panels don't just simply break, you have to put a decent amount of force in them to start cracking them apart. None of us know anything that could have caused that to happen.